defense until the inevitable give up in the midfield. A bit of a double commit, miscommunication, whatever you want to have it. Northwood certainly reeling a bit, but if I trust any team to be able to fix things, we've seen our fair share of reverse sweep and reverse sweep attempts so far this weekend. Even within this Sunday bracket, maybe Northwood can engineer something just the same.
Yeah, getting shut out at Forbidden Town was enough to wake up any team that worth their salt. So hopefully we get a little bit more of a forward Northwood Blue in Game 3. But as it is right now, I love the fact that in this game, the hero of Game 1, Knight, pretty much went to a tertiary role and the team still won. That shows you chemistry is on point. So it's an uphill battle for Northwood Blue.
I think the biggest thing you can ask for out of a team is it's great to have one or two players that are really your star players. You want to feed them the ball, but it's even better when you have all three players that can do that. I can say that probably about both of these rosters, but when you do kind of rotate roles and say, hey, if you're feeling it, just keep on taking these chances. I want you to cut on everything. I want you to make the other team uncomfortable. And usually that means a lot of demos. A fairly clean game I feel like we've had all throughout. Everyone's just focusing on the reads and Maryville's rotations. They are in lockstep with each other, and they just have to hope that continues as we move on to DFH, seeing if they can engineer a sweep over Northwood, something I don't remember the last time I've ever seen that result come through.
Oh, wait, a clean game? Are you disappointed? Do you want more demos?
Like, it builds character for these kids.
I love it. 30 seconds elapsed in Game 3, and hopefully we get a bit more demos for Taco's sake. But that said, I think the pressure is really on Northwood to do something different. And as I say that, we get the first demo of the game.
Knight faking out one, actually, as Hockey really thought he had everything covered, but turns out does have to think about things a little bit more. Want to pass by Wave, speed on the bar, just trying to outspeed that last defender catching in, and that's the problem with sometimes rushing that shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes getting denied by the woodwork is worse than getting stopped by your opponent because of the whole thing of it being a guaranteed goal. But you want to keep yourself locked in. You really want to shut the door. You got to make sure that it didn't happen. Have that memory of a goldfish. And that's right there with the button. 1-0 Maryville.
Relating Wave learning from his teammate, speeds this one over top, but then Relating Wave does not have angle forward, so shoots it straight at the ground. The bounce shot underneath the defender on the pre-jump. Such a tricky thing to understand. I think Zanil's gonna understand there's only so much he could have done about that. And right now, there's only so much Northwood can do to stop Maryville. When they have a head of steam like this, they don't look encumbered by the situation they're in. They look like they're energized by it, and certainly they're not lacking for confidence. They're going for all the reads. Relating Wave from the corner.
This right here was absolutely deadly. Northwood's not really playing wrong, but you have 3 cars in the corner, so if you get past 2, it was going to be easy pickings. Didn't call him doing it himself. Doesn't matter. 2-0 Maryville.
Did I say confident? I think I'm underplaying it from Relating Wave. He's looking like he's in free play out there. Unlimited boost to whatever you need. Poor Northwood, they're all sitting in goal on near post, but I don't think even the thousands and thousands of hours of experience can prepare you for a read like that. And to make things worse, that's not for the lead, it's to extend it.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing that angle was difficult to begin with, but doing that with an opponent in your face is what's loose. And there, Bardowski, Hockey makes sure that Northwood gets on the board.
And that one is really well played by Zanil. I like the not the immediate shot coming in from the right to the center. You're not really able to shoot it anywhere except on that near post. So he slows it down, plays for a 50, trusts the rotation's going to click in. And now that they have a goal, they have something to maybe just take a deep exhale and say, okay, we at least have a foot in. Now we just have to learn how to be able to maybe take some possession back in this midfield. Maybe through cuts like that. Maybe through open shots like that. Knight is leaning backwards, just puts it over the bar.
I gotta be honest with you, that goal from Hockey was good to cut the lead in half, but better with car control because that ball was in a different angle. To have that kind of composure in the face of being down by 2, it shows that Northwood Blue is not broken from a team psychological level.
Certainly with 50s like that, and to extend these attacks. Anil, that's a creative one, and he threads the needle. It's Creams getting on the board. And now right before halftime, we're right back to square one.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling the pressure from Maryville, right? You were so close to having another shutout, but then blink and you miss it. Now you're equalized. You're so close to having a sweep. It may slip away. Are they feeling the pressure, Taco? Do you think so?
Well, certainly it's one of those moments as a team where a 2-goal lead, most dangerous lead in esports, because you know 1 goal makes it, okay, it's within hand's reach. The moment you lose it, you really just have to feel the confidence, because it's one thing to say, well, at least we're not behind, but knowing you had the lead and watching the other team slowly just march on through, especially in a back-to-back scenario in which it really didn't take them that much longer to be able to get the first into the second. Getting a chain, getting momentum is not the thing you want to give Northwood, and you don't want to give Hockey open shots, even from that distance. Easy enough save, but Difficult for Maryville to get on top of this one, particularly with speed, lacking the materials to be able to get up to this one. The resource battle starting to weigh on Maryville. Creams a bullet on the near post. That is not a clear. Zanil gets a 50 for Hockey to follow, but he will feint by it, potentially going for a light touch that simply wasn't there. Wave to the corner, Creams back to the back post, and Knight's going to be able to ricochet that again.
Oh my goodness, Maryville dodged a dagger if there ever was one. They were out of boost, they were out of opportunity, and as I say that, maybe they have more misfortune on the Alfing shot top of the key, and that was knocked away. And Taka, I'll be honest with you, it's been all Northwood the last 60 seconds or so.
Yeah, they're out shooting their opponents, and you can see a lot of these shots start to ramp up really near the end. Speed went underneath that first read and almost got that bump on that last defender. Could have been just that simple. Get Maryville back in the lead, but they keep on searching. They keep on going for these bumps, but Creams too fast. He's going to leap over and get a clear, but now Zanil needs to follow suit. Relating Wave gets over that one. Knight trying to pre-jump. Hockey gets there first, but no more boost. Turning away his speed despite the full tank. I think that's the apprehension I was worried about from Maryville. They've lost their lead, and now they don't want to dive in unnecessarily.
You know, absolutely. You don't want to be timid on this one because making mistakes comes from being hesitant, and Maryville capitalizes. It's 3-2.
And I thought Northwood had this too. Hockey doesn't get that read, but Zanil's right underneath it. I think he thought he didn't want to cut. He didn't want to risk hitting the break and jumping, maybe risking an awkward 50, but it really, everyone looking at it, kind of staring at each other, just saying, I think you might have it. Turns out the only person that does have it is Relating Wave. He has all the goals for Maryville. Potentially the hat-trick hero to propel them to a sweep to start off broadcast.
Yeah, really no excuse there, because typically when that happens to someone like myself, I kind of blame on the hitbox mismatch from changing cars, but they were in the Octane the entire series. It was just kind of a mistake there. There ever was one.
Zanil not able to get that one. An awkward moment to be sure, but doesn't mean the attack is over. Speed can only touch this so far into the midfield for Zanil. Going to the ceiling, meeting Knight. So is Wave being able to send that one forward. Creams not touching once, but that's why Zanil is there. The little pop, it's brilliant for 3-3.
What just happened? You talking about dividing the laws of physics and in-game physics? Zanil undersides it, turtles it, and just sends it in there like mail on Sunday. We're level.
And I love those types of reads, especially because the defender, it comes out of the blind side just directly behind you, and suddenly you're saying, oh, I can get this clear. Oh, now it's popped over me, and all right, well, just put the controller down, wipe my hands, and we're gonna have to start back again, but maybe we're not gonna be able to truly see OT because some last-second heroics are coming in from Northwood. Fully boosted up his Creams. Maybe one more chance for him. That's going to be over top of Knight. That's going over top of Speed. Off the deflection. Will be able to yield at least a little bit of time. And I don't think Northwood is going to be taking too many more chances as Zanil just slaps that one to the sidewall. Creams will try to extend, but Relating Wave does hit that near target. Did not have the distance. OT for Northwood to try and stay alive.
I bet Maryville kind of wish they had 5-0-1, but that's not the case. Overtime, next goal wins.
Zanil potentially getting that reset past everybody, but need a bit more scoop on that one to beat out Speed. He has turned into somewhat of a defensive wall at times for Maryville, but where is the defense for Northwood? One player bites, and that is GG's.
I had no idea the pass here, Spider-Man style, was going to be the dagger, but there it is, and the twist. 3 straight games, and we have a winner, and it's not Northwood Blue, let me tell you what.
For those of you who are fans of Collegiate Rocket League, let me tell you, this is one of the most impressive performances we have seen, and also one of the most unexpected. Northwood more or less has a reservation in grand finals for every single collegiate esport, and they might as well reserve the trophies, really just get their address early on to the tournament organizers because they are so often the favorites. They will take down any team in their wake, or at the very least, push on back. The fact that this is a sweep Novanta is mind-blowing to me, but it's not surprising as it could be considering how well Maryville was playing.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. If I saw this reading the results, I go, what? What happened? But in game one, we were saying Maryville closed down the space and really doubled down their defensive efforts on that crossbar and that backboard to really eradicate plan 1 and plan 2 from Northwood. But as this series went on, they were just basically in the face, playing the tank role in that mid-pitch. There really wasn't those connecting passes Northwood Blue was known for, so they found a second way to break down that squad. That sweep was amazing because of how methodical it was.
and being able to slowly pick apart Northwood. There was that last goal. I was a bit surprised by that, but I think those wide rotations, particularly at the start of OT, where everyone's trying to think really carefully, I need to maintain my boost, I need to make sure I'm not overcommitting on something. And then there's one moment where you might say, let's go out to the corner instead of grabbing pads. And then you turn back on ball cam and suddenly that ball's on target. You can't get back in time. And I have to say, it's a brutal way to lose, but you know Northwood's going to be looking at that, kind of shaking their head, saying, this is the first time we've really met a team that doesn't necessarily stand up to us on the same pace, but really is outpacing us. It was the first time where you see a team play reactively. So personally, I'm shocked. I'm a bit blown away. I'm curious to see what the rest of the desk thinks as we throw it back to Seb and Chixa to get their thoughts.
Wow. Okay. Well, I guess the reverse analyst desk curse kind of goes pretty hard in this one. Unfortunately, that is Northwood first time getting swept in a bracket since Worlds 2023, if my recollection is correct in saying. That was against Fisher College in bracket. Now this time, Chixa against Maryville. This is the fresh Maryville, European Maryville.
Yeah, I mean, Maryville looked phenomenal. Knight in particular, the only returning player on that roster, was consistent throughout the series. And then Speed and Relenting Waves are just such an impressive duo that are both, as we mentioned, from Europe, just consistent in their history of RLCS. It's been very impressive to watch them play throughout the entirety of this game and catch Northwood Blue off guard consistently. I kept asking myself, where's the defense? Where's the defense? The shots were on target, the placement was there, and they consistently caught Northwood Blue off guard on the rotations.
Now, Taco, when we're looking at this, obviously the East versus West rivalry goes deep for a lot of these. And even though, you know, we do have two European players coming in, does this mean that currently our best team is from the West?
Yeah, I mean, Wikipedia, shout out to the wonderful website for Rocket League Esports. They do have a title that says unofficial world champion. Pretty much any time the team that wins Worlds loses in any competition, the team that beats them is the new winner. Based on that logic, in the last big collegiate event being the summer, Maryville, yes, you get your vengeance. You go from second place in that summer event to now being, I would say, the de facto champions, the #1 team out there. But, of course, bracket's not over.
Yeah.
Yeah, Navata, bracket isn't over, and with that, obviously, we still have our losers match to go. It's still a long road. I mean, Northwood, they have a good chance, I would say, obviously, with the two teams that are coming in. But, I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw Northwood in losers for anything, really.
Yeah, it's kind of shocking to see, but you know, to have a revenge tour, you need to be like wronged, right? So I'm not going to count Northwood Blue out yet. They're just that good. Hopefully we get to see them in the grand finals, because that would be a story and a half.
Well, we will be going to the lower end of the bracket just shortly. Next up, it will be Concord versus Fisher to see who will face off against Northwood in our lower final. This is the CRL. We'll be right back.
Stay out of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. You told me I'd never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but you're gonna see me on every magazine.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CRL. It is our first match that is done. Northwood versus Maryville. Everyone, it was a surprising result, to say the least. Northwood getting swept is something I don't think anyone was expecting, considering they are our CRL Fall 2023 champions and Summer Series champions coming into this for their first tournament of the CRL semester, and they are now in lowers. But with that, they will be facing off against whoever is the winner of our next series. It's going to be Concord versus Fisher, two incredibly hyped up rosters, one bringing in pieces from Europe, another bringing in pieces from North America. Of course, with both of them, all of them are incredibly high-level players. Concord, of course, having and featuring RLCS-level players in CMOS and Crispy, and also bringing in Helix as well on the Fisher side. You know these names if you are familiar with our scene. Sosa, Adam, and Wanda Mike, all from around the bubble scene and RLCS for years now, and they'll be facing off in what will be our lower semifinal. Taco, this is a run, I think, for both these teams. Concord, I don't think we were expecting in lowers, considering it felt like they had Maryville's number, but now they are here.
Well, that's the thing, is that everyone seems like we have these predictions that come in, but the greatest thing about CRL is how chaotic it tends to be. A lot of these teams really go all over the place in terms of how we're going to predict them to win. Concord probably has the victory, and then Maryville is playing, well, like Maryville is. They do even better against a harder opponent in Northwood the next round, so clearly they're on a streak, but I don't think that counts out Concord. Same with Northwood. I think both these higher seeds, our first and second seeds across these entire open, are now in lowers, which is such a surreal thing to even think about. But to say that they're to be counted out, that they're having an off day is different. I think everyone is just playing at peak potential right now. And then at this point, it's really just who has better 50s, who has better challenges, who has the better strategies to implement.
Yeah, pretty much. And now Navanta, when I'm looking at Fisher as well, I mean, this is a team that has always been near the top when it comes to Fisher, or when it comes to CRL since they started, but has never quite reached that absolute pinnacle, whether it's at CRL Worlds, whether it's national championships. But now that they have a new roster, they've taken pieces from the former Maryville roster in Adam, and they brought in Wanda Mike, who did play in Ole Miss. It seems like they really are going for it this time around.
Yeah, that's definitely the story when it comes to Fisher. A fantastic program, top to bottom, that's been pretty much shy of winning the big one. So what do? You get talent from other programs who are doing well, and also you try to see if the chemistry play works for them as well. Adam and Wanda Mike have shown some promise, some flashes of brilliance, but really the true test for them starts today.
And now Chicksa, they are both coming here. I will say that Fisher obviously has a lot of European demons to have to deal with, especially since Sosa is that last remaining roster. But now they are here. They've gone through 3 or 4 consecutive best of fives now, all the way from the open qualifier to here. How are we feeling about Fisher? Is this the team that really is going to be able to take it, where Concord going to be able to finally prove that they are that proper second seed? They are the hype.
I mean, you got to say Fisher Navy has been making a heck of a lower bracket run. We have mentioned in the past Adam being on Maryville, Adam being also on Northwood White a while ago. So they understand the CRL scene very well. Wonder Mike, the same thing, has a history in RLCS. Did play in Collegiate. Sosa returning since 2022 on this roster. So they have a lot of collegiate experience. Can they bring it to the table? But Concord's the new kids on the block. They're the hot commodity. And may I say, they played better against Maryville than Northwood Blue just did. So it's kind of hard to figure out who's really going to come out on top when Concord has been just consistently also playing really well with these EU players on that side. I mean, I got to say, it's pretty impressive to see just how complex these teams have gotten.
Taco, I do want to bring to attention. I mean, Sosa is a player that like you and I have looked at a long time, and he really kind of does take that mentor figure, at least when it comes to his RLCS teams. He really tries his hardest to bring on young players to be able to help develop them into these flourishing rosters. Do we feel like this is the same kind of thing he's trying to do with the Fisher squad here now that all of his old teammates are gone, Money and Kinsey are out? He's brought in fresh talent from all over CRL.
I think at the end of the day, he's trying to not necessarily do what I think a lot of people assume CRL rosters do. Let's just collect the best players and just throw them on a roster. And you have Adam, who is perennially at the top of CRL in some way or another. You have Wonder Mike, who was on an Ole Miss inaugural squad that looked promising and didn't really live up to things. And admittedly, myself and other analysts kind of looked at that and said, Wonder was not really fitting in there. Is he really cut out to play at this top level here? We know how good he is, but it might just be a chemistry thing. It might just really come down to getting along with other people. And then later on, when we're talking about Fisher, there's Fisher Navy and Fisher White. Fisher Navy actually knocked out Fisher White from quals earlier on before getting into Sunday. They have a team player, Justice, probably the best player on that squad. A lot of people are saying, why is he not here? It's because they said Sosa chose Adam and chose Wonder Mike because of the chemistry. And with this deep of a run, I feel like he made the right decision. They're choosing players based on how well they can all click together, maybe not just entirely off of potential peak.
Yeah, a lot of people, that was us. We're like, why is Justice on the main squad? And we're like, okay, well, you know what? Proved us wrong. So, Navata, I've talked about this before where I coined it the European Exodus, because while, you know, a lot of European players have come over, like if we're looking at that top 8 of teams right now, we have a significant percentage that is European players. And Concord is kind of the spearhead of that, and bringing the two most high-level European players that we have here currently in CRL, in CMOS and Crispy, over here, RLCS-level players, and going to be able to actually compete, able to carry on that European legacy in North American CRL.
Yeah, absolutely. I know there's a kind of a knee-jerk reaction to be like, oh man, the Europeans are coming and getting in my squads or whatever. But you think about any top flight league in any sport, IRL or otherwise, when people are willing to make that change to go into your system, that knows that you are in the best position possible. North America has shown their dominance before. Once you have the talent, the skill set that makes you play in our systems, why not have the best players play for your squad? And Concord is just a little bit doing that right now. But you know what I'm saying is that when it comes down to it, we're not going to say, oh, the Europeans won. We're going to say Concord won, or any North American squad that applies to.
Now, Chixa, Helix is kind of the unknown entity that we talked about previously, where he is very much alongside star-studded talent. He is kind of the odd man out in this case. Despite that, though, I mean, from what we've seen, and Taco, you can attest to this, this is a player that has still been able to elevate himself to the level of those players, and at times kind of be that MVP.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful to always find someone who maybe isn't necessarily on the forefront, leading the stats or just being on the forefront of it. I believe he's the only one without a Wikipedia page, one of the only in the entire top 8 tournament. I mean, it's a weird stat to say, but most of these players are just achievements out across. So the fact that Helix is here, he's playing with 2 wonderful players, and he's consistently bridging the gap between them. He is the longest player, of course, on this Concord roster, and he's managed to show kind of the Concord spirit that they want to bring to the table, and just how well he can adapt to new teammates and play now in the what are we? We're at the top 4. So I mean, it's pretty impressive. There's 4 teams.
Yeah.
There's 4 teams, and he's in one of them.
The 4 best teams in the country. And with that, let's get to our predictions. Of course, we are in the lower semis, and the stakes only get higher from here. So Taco, please, what is your prediction for our lower semi?
See, the thing is, I feel kind of bad. I've been doing qual coverage. I've been streaming Fisher Navy, and I've seen them win on stream in their qual match, in the first round, in the second round, and yet I'm going to choose Concord, just despite the fact that I really believe in Fisher's ability. Concord has been nigh untouchable up until this singular series that they lost just beforehand, a little bit earlier on off stream. So this is a squad that definitely is built for success, and ordinarily, if I was pitched these 2 rosters, I'd say Helix, I mean, he's just not a pro level. I don't know how he can fit in. He fits like a glove in this Concord roster. I think losing to Maryville is not really a shameful thing. You've seen how well Maryville's playing. Yeah. I have them in this one, and Fisher will try their darndest to stay in, as they always seem to do.
Chicksa, this is a heater.
I mean, I'm gonna reference that Maryville game. I don't know if anybody watched it on VOD stream. 3 overtimes in order for Maryville to squeak past. It could have been Concord's game. That's why I'm going with Concord here. They look to be at the top of their game today. They've contested Maryville the best, who just swept Northwood Blue. I feel like we haven't wrapped our heads around how this bracket is really shaking out. These teams are here to play. Concord's here to play.
Devonta, where do you see this?
Chicksa and Taco are not wrong, but I gotta be honest with you. Fisher's on a run in that lower bracket. We love Wonder Mike. At least I know I do. I got Fisher in 4 when it comes down to how these teams match up. I got Fisher Navy all the way.
You know, you would think that in this case, I would pick Sosa because he is the Canadian. But I'm using my brain. I'm going with Concord. This is a team that I had as second in the nation. They have looked so good. And even despite losing to a peaking Maryville, who so clearly is on top right now, I still believe in the pedigree of this roster. CMOS is insane on the pitch, and now they all have a supporting cast to be able to support themselves for this brand new roster. It's going to be CMOS along with Concord against Sosa and Fisher, 2 high level captains at the peak of Rocket League gameplay. It's going to be North America versus Europe once again on the CRL stage. Fisher versus Concord for our lower semifinals. Casters, take it away.
Oh my goodness, Seb couldn't have brought it in any better, and neither can I. We're right here. Fisher Navy, Concord, 2 very different rosters, one with CRL history. Whether it's not on the same team or not, now they here are a team in Fisher Navy, and they're here to play their lower bracket run. Concord, on the other end of things, new kids on the block, have been winning, and now, although they dropped to Maryville, they're here for that rematch. They want to go back to it.
Cool thing about starting in the upper is that you have the lowers to play. You don't just have an off game and then suddenly everything is all over. We'd say different things about West Virginia. Unfortunately, yet another tournament in which they start in uppers and then immediately lose 2 straight. But we're not focused on the teams that don't get there. We're focused on teams that are trying to go even further. Helix almost starts us off with a nice little low shot underneath the defense, but apparently not going to be that easy.
Oh, that clear isn't where it needs to be. Backboard open. Adam back to it. Can't get the shot off, though. And CMS Crispy able to extend this one into midfield. It's been Concord with the early pressure, and Fisher haven't been able to get much past this side until now. They drop it. It feels like the feeler out that we're getting in the first minute or so. Who knows how many times these two have played, but certainly the challenges have been coming through on both ends.
And the big thing that you look for from Fisher is how creative they are. I've gotten to know this team fairly well based on broadcasting them so frequently this weekend. And the one thing they have to look for is Sosa really is the player that they're trying to find, but Wonder Mike, incredibly creative. He will be able to find a way to out 50 any player. He'll be able to tuck a pass into the weirdest of situations to find his teammates. And that's really going to be the litmus test, I think, for Concord. How well they predict those passes. They shut down those kind of strange, kind of crafty angles that Fisher really does favor. And as long as they do that, I trust in Concord to have the offense and the vision to find teammates. Kind of like that one. How about a bump on the end of that pass? And yet, Fisher stays in front. Now with Wonder Mike trying to take it all the way back, faking him out though. No boost, none needed.
Man, I was going to talk about Wonder Mike being a little bit too close to his teammates, but he has the opportunity to make the one-on-one play, and CMOS expects a backboard double tap, and Wonder Mike just puts it in underneath him, under that crossbar, and manages to score first for Fisher Navy. It's a very hard-earned goal to start off this series, and you have to wonder what's in the thoughts of Concord right now. They've had most of the pressure upfield, but one transition is all that matters to start it off.
Yeah, particularly when players are diving in like that. Adam, luckily, was able to make up for Wonder Mike going a bit too aggressive on this one. Speaking of, Helix able to recover in time to prevent Adam from scoring a banger from that side corner. Now Concord has plenty of space to build. He's going to leave it for Samas. That's going to be a demo, but he gets the save off. Fisher heroically stepping in front of these shots, forcing Concord to be able to take the path less traveled, it seems like, to the ball.
So it's off the corner, not the initial challenge. Huge clear for Wonder Mike. Actually puts it on target. 50s keep on coming. Helix with some time, but no boost. Notably, Concord has seemingly not had much boost to work with. Crispy double tap here. Can he sneak it in? Seamus can't get through either. Seems like they were grasping for straws there, and even the extra effort from Helix still won't go on through.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to be able to get the angles correct. You can be as close as you want, but if you have one player on Fisher that is jumping in the way, you're going to have to go indirectly. That's typically where demos come in, or at the very least, your boost control. Because if you keep the ball floating above the midfield and floating above the goal, you're going to force the other team to use a lot of boost. The thing is that Concord is going too direct. They're shooting it off the backboard, but they're rotating too fast. They don't have an immediate follow, so it relies on them getting perfect first and second touches. Not right there is a best example from Samas. That one's not going to go on target, but at the very least, they're still in the half. They're still on offense up until Adam lobs this one to slow things down.
Maybe Helix an opportunity, quickly challenged by Sosa. A demo could open up the board. Great passing play. Crispy can't put it on in, and he's demoed for his efforts. Wanda Mike to come through with the last save, and that offensive display gone just like that for Concord.
And yet they keep it going somewhat with these touches. Problem is Fisher has no real hesitancy to be able to stack the box, put everybody in the way. And so far, it is working out because it is still 1-0, albeit the shot differential really starting to rise already. We have seen a solid 10 shots coming in from Concord, and the way that they're playing, I think that they're just getting kick-started on this one, trying to set some new PRs for the shots on target, albeit with no result yet.
Crispy off the corner, challenged quickly by Sosa, but Simos in midfield doesn't have a challenger just yet. 50s with Adam, and Adam in control off the corner. Another 50 to come on through. Wonder Mike last back and still managing to get the touches out. Sosa buying time. Great boost pad pickup, flip reset towards the backboard, and Simas, they're exactly where needed to start the transition for their offense. Grabs to Crispy, and that one won't be on target either. Concord, how many times are they going to go around the box, but yet not in it?
It really does feel like they're playing kind of like a track game right now. They're just taking laps around. Wonder Mike trying to get bumped out of the way, but he will dodge and get the initial save. Sosa and Adam combining for the clear. What are we looking at, Chicksa? Everything Concord is throwing at Fisher. They have some form of an answer, but maybe in the final 10, we can see the opportunity. Crispy into Helix. It's just over the bar. Adam with a 50 down. Crispy trying to keep it up, but he is headed in the wrong direction. Sosa with a dunk. Wonder Mike with a chase, and I just don't know if they can carry it all the way.
0 seconds on the clock. This one to touch the ground. Fisher Navy able to pull off a defensive masterclass on that goal line. Should they have won that game? Probably not, but they managed to, despite all adversity, and then Concord, 14 shots, of which 0 go on in.
Yeah, let's also point out the scrappy nature of Fisher Navy, generating 9 saves to keep that goal line clear. This is what I was talking about with Concord. That might be a loss, but I'm coming away with that still confident in their ability. The issue is Fisher Navy playing their angles well. I don't even mind the 9 shots because most of the time, as you see on the replay package, they're in the way of these reads. It's not a desperation last-second pre-flip. They're just playing their angles smart and having everybody able to cover each other superbly. Like that last one, Sosa getting the first touch and Adam getting the clear. I don't even know how you count that.
Yeah, it was really crazy defensive effort on Fisher Navy's side, and huge props to them. They never gave up on that goal line, even when the play seemed like it was dead or already on in. They kept on pushing and pushing and pushing forward. But Concord, as soon as that first goal goes on in, I feel like it's going to be these dominoes that just fall, and it's going to be unstoppable. So they need to find that clickable moment to beat Fisher Navy on the defensive goal line. They tried some bumps and demos. That didn't work. They tried the boost starve method. That didn't work. Maybe better accuracy. Who knows? Maybe they just will show us what they have up their sleeve.
And so we go to the prettiest map to potentially see a gorgeous representation of the highest level of Rocket League, because the last game felt scrappy. That's what I keep saying to define Fisher, because that's really how all their wins have been. Not just because they're in Game 5, but because of the nature of these victories. They're clearly talented, they're getting in the way, they're getting solid goals, they're building up well, but it really does come down to just how well they're able to get away with these last-second saves, being able to avoid these demos and step in on plays like that. Midfield pass was there, and yet Adam still had an answer for it.
Helix doing his best in midfield, pops this one, gets the follow-up, not on target, actually bounces off seemingly the inner part of that post and out. Doing their best to stay in midfield is Concord, but quickly, the ball given away. Sosa, opportunity for a shot, slots it underneath the defense, and Fisher Navy on the board first.
To Fisher's credit, they don't need a lot of looks to be able to get their goal. Adam does well to take away pretty much every single type of clear that you want from Concord out of that corner, and even better, Sosa is turning in and shoots it low and slightly behind Samas, knows that he has everything covered to his car's right, so putting it on his left side means that momentum is going to take him away. Easy goal and easy slot for the de facto Fisher captain.
Helix opportunity, 50 won't come through. Adam doesn't have much time, but still able to get the beat. Now looking for someone in midfield instead. Simos there instead, pops it over two, tries to find the bump on the other one to Mike. The save on the goal line. Does the defense ever stop for Fisher Navy?
Well, right now, at least they are trying to test that theory of whether or not they can get out of defense with these longer air dribbles, which are crucial to buy time. You don't want to always just be defending by clearing the ball down the line, because eventually you're just going to be giving up possession. You're getting boost just to use it when the ball comes right back. Fisher, I think, understands that, which is why they're starting to play for these 50s. They're starting to play for these low angles and not trying to dive in too aggressively. And when they do, you got to go with full confidence, kind of like that from Adam. Not only dunks through Crispy, but gets the extension forward.
Yeah, I appreciate the pre-jumps and the effort from Fisher Navy in the midfield. That's where it all starts off. Crispy, last second save on the goal line, but it's been Fisher Navy keeping the ball now in the offensive half because they keep contesting so early. Each and every challenge has worked out for them, and now they've been able to get some extended offense because of it. Not much offense last game, of course, we saw from Fisher Navy, but certainly more so to start in this one already. And Concord still looking for that secret sauce to score upfield. They just haven't been able to get through Fisher Navy just yet.
Deflection technically on target. Crispy should have that one, but the bounce out from Sosa, looking for a double, should be stopped by Crispy. That will be another one to follow up, as one to Mike is there. The cross-field pass, it's flawlessly done. Fisher doubles the lead.
Boost starved right now is Concord. Nobody on the field other than CMAS with that little bit of bubble, as you saw out of him. Concord doesn't know where to go. They're being caught off in that midfield. Fisher stealing all the boost from their side as well. It's consistent pressure, consistent rotations. Fisher really playing a near perfect game throughout all of it. They've managed to find every way to stop Concord offensively and defensively. And now with just over 2 minutes remaining, a very comfortable 2-goal lead, and Concord yet to score now, nearing 8 minutes of gameplay.
I think if you want a psychological insight, you're starting to see Smas and Crispy double committing for some of these reads. At first in game one, it kind of looked like they were just doing calculated fakes, and I could buy that. But a couple times now, it's been a lob off the side where it almost feels like one of them just says, I got it. The other one lately says, I got it. And then they kind of just stare at each other. But I need them to be a bit more coordinated. Either one goes for a bump or one goes for the ceiling hit into the next one, kind of like that, and then maybe get a goal. Adam in no man's land, that is the consequence.
Yeah, a little bit too far pushed out. One of Mike not getting the greatest challenge, and that opens up the field for CMAS to get the shot just past Adam. Well worked job for Concord. They're able to just keep up the pressure in front of the goal line to find the last finishing touch. But can they do it again, or is Wonder Mike going to strike this one? Deflected away. Popped back up, not much boost again on the side of Concord. Will do their best though, still threatening with their presence upfield. Crispy was sitting on that mid 100 boost. Finally it spawns for him, but certainly searching for this boost game is Concord.
Yeah, but I like that from Concord. As you mentioned earlier on, they were very lacking for resources, so being able to get anything in the tank to be able to make aerials like that is all too important. And sometimes that also results in slowing down, waiting for that stuff to spawn, be able to get your pads and then build from there, because now that they have their first goal, they have some confidence back, but of course, Fisher not going to be so easy to break on down. I think game one defense proved that one, and also Adam's pre-jumps are continuing to provide evidence. Helix is not going to be stopped too far, but Wonder Mike is able to circumvent that first challenge and dribble past all three.
Great challenge. Sosa towards the back wall. Crispy only deflecting. CMOS Adam one-on-one. Adam winning this 50. And so Wonder Mike on the ceiling had to read Helix. A last-second save, but the offense continues for Fisher. Finally a pop. Adam their first yet again. He has been in that high aerial range each and every time in the midfield to stop Concord pressure. You mentioned pre-jumps. It's real. They're able to stop this Concord offense, and they need to hold on for another 10 seconds.
Not going to be too easy, too, because Wonder Mike just gave it away. Crispy has a limited boost. I don't think Adam knows it. He plays every angle high, and he will get most of it. Wonder Mike trying to dribble this one straight down. There's nobody in the zip code. Fisher Navy has a free spike down, and they will take yet another close margin victory, setting themselves up for a sweep.
It's crazy. Fisher Navy's been winning in game 5s. Now, all of a sudden, knocking on the door of match point. This time, shots even. Saves one more for Fisher Navy, and of course, one extra goal on that end of the field. It's a well-played game for Fisher Navy. Again, almost fault-free, seemingly. We can't seem to pick apart Fisher just because they've consistently been there, done that. They're everywhere on the field, and they're able to still provide the offense with it.
Yeah, but also looking at the replays, looking at the goals that Fisher was able to generate, it's mainly off of those infield passes. It's finding that pocket of space, and a lot of them are pretty difficult. Some of it is just poaching up on the sidewall, saying, hey, I'm just going to throw this middle. Hopefully one of you is there, because I know there's at least a decent amount of space. But the second one from Wonder Mike, he could shoot that off the corner. He could be able to just tap that one high up the backboard, but instead he leans back, doesn't flip into it, just lets it glide into the midfield, which could be pretty risky considering Sosa is all the way on the far side of the field. If that gets intercepted, that might as well just be a free breakaway. But again, it's the coordination, it's the chemistry that they invested in that's getting them to this point. And it has to be refreshing for Fisher Navy to not have to deal with going to game 5 potentially, but we still have plenty of games to go. And Concord, like any highly competitive team, have to take it one game at a time, seeing if they have to engineer a reverse sweep to stay alive.
Fisher Navy looking versatile as ever. We'll see if they're able to score first yet again. They've managed to do so in each game so far. Helix giving that one away. Sosa managing to find the save. This one popped out. Sosa backflip. Slight danger. Helix there first, does find it, and first blood does go to Concord.
I like this from Helix, just making sure it is on target as hard as he possibly can generate. As you can see, he leans into it in the last bit. That gives it a bit more acceleration on the shot for Adam, going for the in and out, potentially trying to avoid all those bodies flying in front of him. And honestly, to his credit, probably could have had that save if he angled it differently, but either way, Concord, that's a huge relief now. It's an entirely different dynamic to be able to just defend your lead, play consistent to the midfield rather than trying to have a come-from-behind dynamic. Samas almost surprised in the jump scare there. A follow-up from the pass from Adam, going to be read well by Crispy.
Wonder Mike clearing upfield, actually gets his own pass. Double tap, read on target. Crispy the save. Adam follow-up, slots it underneath the bar. And there's the answer from Fisher Navy early.
No wonder, that's the most gorgeous assist you could ask for. It even took a deflection on the save. What a double. I don't blame Crispy for only sending it high. That was an instant reaction, but that is what good offenses do. It's not about getting the best angles or getting passes on a platter. Sometimes it's just about getting the ball as fast as possible, and miss or not, it forces the defense to react, and that one, they were flat-footed.
Helix off the back end transitions, just has Sosa, CMOS. This one popping forward, and Crispy starting to take his time back. Does jump at the last effort, and the 50 goes in favor of Fisher Navy, at least temporarily, till more 50s come on through. And CMOS, a fake, dare I say, but this one could be dangerous. Crispy saving it at the last second. Adam couldn't find the bump to follow.
Crispy, well found to Smas. I would say a pass to Helix, but Helix called no boost, and he still has nothing because there's nothing on the sidewall. One to try to pick out that back post, and my goodness, Chicks, that was pixels away. That is the margin we're dealing with in this matchup.
It has been the margin consistently since the first shot. Some jumps, some mistakes. And again, the timing for every single challenge has been pre-jump. They have to read the minds of every player on the field in order to be there in time. The pops. Adam gets the second touch over and across. Nobody there. Follow up except for Wonder Mike here as it seeks out towards him. Backboard follow up not found. Sosa jumping. Adam last back decides to go for it. Can Helix get a runaway opportunity down to Crispy and still again blocked by the Fisher defense?
Smas flicks that one on the backside, and honestly, that's just a lack of possession. He has no boost, and all of Fisher is there. I don't really understand that decision, and that's where I'm getting worried about Concord. Not necessarily, and they're still tied, and they're going to fall behind soon, but I need more cooperation, and I ask, and they provide. Helix from the backboard. What a dish.
That couldn't be a better, almost cherry pick situation. The angle so difficult. It's something you rehearse and almost never get to execute in games, but Helix does so flawlessly. Concord on top for the first time today, other than, of course, their first goal earlier. They have not managed to come through most of the game being ahead. Now CMOS gets the beat here. Adam's still there. Nobody back except for Crispy on the turn. Has second opportunity. This one popped back out. Refresh for both teams. Just over 2 minutes again in a 1-score game.
I like that little scoop from Smas. It's definitely one of those things that you look out for. He's a fantastic on the air dribbles, very good at being able to get the last touch that you'd expect, and also what Helix is aspiring to do, because he's going in front of it to get a bump. Smas will double that one across, not necessarily straight across. It does have a little bit of a backward bend to it, which means the passes aren't exactly where Concord want to be, but I think they're slowly building up to the play style they're much more comfortable with, finding space in the midfield, breaking down the defense bit by bit, and not necessarily Fisher's falling for anything, but you know, at a certain point, they're going to have to take a bigger risk, still being down by 1.
I don't know what risk there is to have. I don't know if Fisher's comfortable playing the safe game and knowing that they have 2 in pocket. But granted, also, what's the harm in trying just a little bit more, knowing that you have those 2 game buffers right now? Sosa with the demo. Wonder Mike, I don't know if that's the touch he wanted off the corner. Adam, the follow-up, can only keep it in that midfield, and CMOS able to find the beat. But here, opportunity potentially for Concord. Again, low on boost, and Crispy using all of it to attempt to find that touch. Wonder Mike back wall. That's the perfect bounce. Can Adam get it in? No, instead Helix finds the save, has the control, needs to be Wonder Mike, but doesn't have the boost again. Can he get it through? He can. How does he manage on nothing?
Let's keep this in mind. Not something you see often. 0 boost, cross-court assist from Helix. Gets the catch on the goal line, flicks past 1, beats a second, 50s a third, and gets that one across with nothing in your tank. So the next time your ranked teammates are just selling it all to go to the boost, just show them that clip and showing you really don't need it for effective offense.
That's the buffer that Concord needed. They now have that extra goal with 30 seconds remaining. Helix even putting another one on target. Confidence flowing on the Concord side. Can Fisher Navy have an answer in the remaining 20 seconds or so? Potentially one more try if they can get it out of their own half, but the clears have been across court for Concord. They're holding that possession. They're trying to score one more, and Helix, I'll give it to them. The hat trick. Helix coming out on top for Concord and showing definitely the diversity between offensive pressure and assists.
That was purely comedic for Helix, just straight dive bomb. I almost heard the whistle, like falling animation sound. Just, I don't know how that works out, but that is just rubbing salt in the wound. And my goodness, what a large wound it has opened up into when you need a play to stay alive. How about 4 of them? Concord dominantly staying in this one.
Helix who? That Helix on Concord. Incredible job by Helix. We saw the determination earlier on the 0 boost play to find the assist. 3 goals this game. That one we just saw as well. He was on fire positionally, perfectly placed throughout the entire game. Great job by Helix to come out on top for Concord and give them the adjustments they needed to win this game.
I think plays like this are also very nice in that you see really wholeheartedly everyone buying into saying, okay, game number 1 and 2, we are not playing the gameplay we want. Game 1, we got the shots off, but it was a little bit more chaotic. We were getting a lot of shots that were just kind of near goal. We were kind of getting ricocheted, more 50s more than anything else. Game 2 felt like they were just trapped in their half. They had nothing. So they say, okay, let's go back to basics. Let's focus on possession. Look at how often they are just directly next to the ball, forcing Fisher into these 50s. Even on low boost, they're getting awkward flicks that do nothing other than just Fisher Navy almost rolling their eyes and saying, okay, well, he flicked it over me. I'm going to have to go rotate around and get that one again. And I think the slower playstyle really does favor Concord. I think it's up to Fisher to find the way to make them uncomfortable again, much like they did earlier on. And if they can't, I'm a little worried that we might be living up to the Fisher Game 5 streak that they have kept alive in the lower bracket.
I'm not going to worry about it too much. I will say Novanta did say Fisher in 4, so he gave them the one game to stumble. Maybe that's just big brain Novanta, the only one to pick Fisher Navy in this series. But I do think Concord, as you said, does do better with the slow play game. And I mentioned how many times they've been low on boost. Now, kind of using that in a sense to their advantage, they've been playing confident even without it and making plays just as you should. Zero boost doesn't mean that you're useless in Rocket League as much as it may seem at times. So Concord doing the most with what they've got. Fisher Navy now looking to end this series. They're going to be on match point again. Can they finish it out? Or will they have issues on the defensive front? The team bump into the finish for Crispy and CMOS.
I almost put my hands on my face just to not even watch that one. I think it was a 50 attempt, and then they realized it was wide open as Fisher collided with each other. At the very least, had cross-wired, cross-tires, whatever you guess it could be. And of all the ways to give up a goal, that is not the way you want to be able to start off a game in which we, again, are saying they're on match point. They were driving this one, and now it seems like just an awkward way to give one up. There's no room for freebies in this esport. Pre-jump by Samas, and what a read to deprive them of an answer back.
Even a 50 to boot. Upfield goes to grab some boost. Does steal the back of Fisher Navy. Crispy beating one here. Can he sneak it underneath? CMOS demoed for his efforts. Helix still trying to get something. Gets the flip, but can't sneak it underneath that bar. Crispy going for a couple demos. CMOS faking. Crispy underneath, but Adam manages to find the save. He can't save it again. The pressure unrelenting for Concord.
Pay attention to the fake challenges coming in from the side of Concord. How often they go directly up and go for a bump, and if it's not there, they challenge away. Oh, the ball's right in front. Well, I know you're not going to get a huge clear. I'm going to turn and leave it for the next player. That is the pace control I'm talking about from Concord and why they love playing a little bit slower. Of course, that is not Adam's game. He's going to answer back in a rapid way right off kickoff.
Wow. That was not what I was expecting, to say the least, and it's got to be a hard hit for Concord. All that work just to get scored on right off the rip on a kickoff. Let's not do it again. They need to hold on. This one going a little bit more neutral to start. Got an Adam with the 50, gets it towards the backboard. Sosa has boost to work with. CMOS, the only boost on the back post, manages to pop it up. Still off the backboard. Does trickle it out to Crispy, who just has Adam, but Adam has been winning these 50s all day. Fakes it. The shot on target. Helix, last second save. Wondamike off the ceiling. Not much boost. Backboard here. Save towards the corner, and everyone getting so interesting with it. Everything is not to be as expected. Fakes, flip resets. They're bringing the entire playbook out to play today.
Well, you really need the entire playbook because eventually everyone just locks down the basics at this level. And honestly, it's a huge reason why demo play has become so popular, because I think defense is just too good. Players are too mechanical. The recoveries are solid. Even with 0 boost, you don't need much. If you have 12 boost, you can stand still and hit the crossbar in goal. So it really does come down to how you build things up, how you use your opponent's force against you. That's why I was talking about all these things. Or you can just pull out the scope and snipe one from a distance. What is the placement on this?
That is an absolute banana shot by CMOS. It actually bounces off the ceiling And then the protractor comes out to hit top left corner. Not an easy shot, to say the least, but Concord now gets that little bit extra of a boost. Again, the buffer seems to work out in their favor. I did mention as soon as they start scoring, it seemed like this domino effect, and they've certainly had the extra touches. One-on-one, CMS and Adam here. Can CMS get the 50? Adam stands tall and net. He's been doing just that, pulling off as much as possible with the only goal for Fisher Navy this game and the Savior medal. 3 saves right now. Adam doing his best to keep Fisher Navy in this game. One to Mike, the shot off the post and out. Is the finish there by Adam? It is!
And I have to say, look at Sosa go to work here. Tries to threaten that demo attempt on Crispy after beating 2 players on the dribble, 50ing it through both of them. It's plays like that are going to make the difference, and it's in a way something Concord has been doing. Nice to see Sosa staying locked in, just playing like he's in the pocket, not panicking on any touch, and just choosing the correct decision in the right moment.
Felix, we're going to send this one in the midfield, or mid-goal. Sosa and Adam both jumping. Adam has an opportunity to potentially touch this once more. Crispy can only send it in front of net, and Wondemike finds the finish. Fisher Navy, 2 unanswered goals, and now a tied game with Concord.
Really well done by Adam. Crispy doesn't want to go too low, because if he does, he's going to get sat on by Adam, which means the ball is just going to trickle down. The problem is, if you are above the ball on the backboard, it's going to spike straight down. That's exactly why Fisher immediately bid on this one, because they knew it was not going to be a good clear for them. And Wondemike now needs to turn his sights to defense, because that very nearly went on through. But now with a bump in the backfield, Adam is left alone and still gets in the way.
Adam can't be stopped. Adam can't be stopped. Adam can be stopped on the goal line. CMS finds the finish here. A hat trick now for him. Is the scoring ever going to stop?
Well, at the end of the day, players know that there's 2 very different things. Fisher is dreading going to another Game 5 despite their record, in Concord, they're trying to claw their way back into this series, and they're shooting like 10 shots in total, and almost twice what their opponents have been able to generate. That's exactly why they're in the lead. At a certain point, you can only give them so many chances before at least a decent handful are going to be able to find the back of the net. Final minute now, it's Fisher going to try to reach forward, and this is where we are in that precarious situation. How far do you want to be able to dive in and risk it all versus just trying to give up an easy one and guaranteeing that this game is over?
Adam sending over that midfield pass that you mentioned, but CMOS reads it well to get the save. Even gets a clear out. Concord, you can tell, just doing their best as they can with these challenges and these clears to buy time, burn the remaining clock time that seems to be hanging over them. Helix, though, has been that hero. Another hat trick game for him. Gets over that last defender and is able to pinch it on through.
But I love how well he plays this. Note how he cuts that, and he could accelerate as fast as possible, send that to the ceiling. That's probably going to be deflected. Play for the 50. He gets a touch. No 50. All right, just stay behind it. You don't want to give away the play, and the whole time Fisher's biting on that giveaway touch, which never comes, which is why it looks like such a basic low-angle dribble, but it's well done by Helix to maintain possession and not give Fisher anything for free.
Oh. Crispy trying to sneak one more. Adam will add yet another save to his save list, but saves won't save Fisher Navy now. Almost an own goal. They're in shambles. This series is in shambles, because you know what? Fisher Navy's going to another Game 5.
Well, they don't often talk about, I would say, the physical attributes you need when it comes to esports, but I feel like this is watching a marathon, watching Fisher. For all the Fisher fans, these players hopefully are eating a lot of carb-heavy meals, being able to have some energy stores to tap into, or maybe some protein just to be able to make sure they don't get hungry, because they've been using up all of their momentum in all these series in the beginning, then they tucker out, and then they have to adjust. And despite the fact that they have not lost yet in these Game 5 scenarios, the fact that you're now doing it against the 2nd seed in all of CRL has to be hitting you different.
I was going to say, Game 5 against Concord is a little bit of a different beast. I mean, huge credit, though. They beat WVU and Akron Blue. So it seems like they're just going giant after giant in this tournament, and reverse sweep is what Concord's currently knocking on the door of, and that also seems just as difficult. It's so hard to win 3 games in a row. In a best of 5. The consistency, will it be there for Concord, is what I'm questioning, because sometimes they just seem to be a little bit short. And Game 5 is going to show us really who's here and who's ready to play on CRL Sundays.
And this is what tournament days are all about. It does not matter what came before. It doesn't matter if you've lost some series. If you just win one series at a time, obviously, you're going to be doing great. But for both of these teams, they came into this bracket expecting to make a grand final. They expected maybe even to win it. That's the confidence you need, and we'll see just how stable that belief is when they get into Champions Field and really get into the thick of these rotations, because Fisher, they're hanging on for dear life, and they might have been given a life preserver there, but no, it's going to be denied on the goal line, so no easy ones early on.
Everyone for Concord grouped together on that play. Helix, not much boost. This one, the demo, Wonder Mike, the finish. Fisher finally get that goal that they worked so hard to start off for.
Really well done by Wonder Mike, being able to take that 50, but he doesn't go low. He actually goes above it because it deflects down and then deflects into him again. And he does get a little bit fortunate on the bounce, but to be able to stay with that is harder than you realize. You have to make sure that's on target, and also being able to beat out anyone challenging in your way. So Wonder Mike making the play, as he has done. A lot of these Game 5s have come down to individual efforts from him to be able to make something happen.
Sosa clears this one out. Helix to collect. Wonder Mike will be there first. 50s in favor. Sosa on the rotation out there, but Simas gets the read on him. Not much boost on the follow-up. Adam backboard. Crispy keeping it close. Dangerous position. Able to get over Wonder Mike. Potentially leaving it for Simas. Pop over. Sosa in the way. And the rotations for both teams, well done in order to get some offensive pressure and prep for these defensive touches on the backboard often.
I think these are all pro-level players, and you're seeing Simas outspeed almost all of them. It's a couple times now I've seen him actually go late to an aerial and still be able to get to it first. Wonder Mike, fortunately, much closer on that iteration, and now Simas has a different task to go. I thought he might be able to try to flick that one forward, but now it'll be it out. Fisher on this one. Wonder Mike instant turn. Crispy somehow pulls a rabbit out of a hat. How that isn't a goal, I'll never know.
We've seen so many heroic goal line plays at this point in the game, and it's what we said matters. Pixels often will make or break this game. Now, just over 3 minutes, still Fisher Navy, the 1-goal lead. Concord trying to get out of their half here. Hasn't done so just yet. The 50s often going in favor of Fisher. This one dangerous. Simas with the boost, with control only temporarily. Helix back over to Simas. Does he have the speed? This one's on, but the shot won't be on target.
Simas wanted that pass a little bit farther forward so he could hit that one onto the near post, but he wasn't able to get it. Poor Helix, it was coming back at his face too fast. He wouldn't be able to actually put that one in, and he knew it. He tried to take it off. You can see that backflip, and that one is going to go out the window, but it doesn't mean they're done. Pass middle and a demo attempt not going to connect either on the shot or the physical play. Sosa trying to do something on his own play, but again, everyone just a little bit off, and that's really what's going to decide games like this. Another miss on the goal line.
Crispy so close to it, but man, I have to give it to him. That read so difficult. Missing this pass, though. Yes, it was speedy, but he was there to make the play. Now Sosa back in the air. Adam waiting. The drop, the 50 there. Wonder Mike sends it just over Helix. But Simas back. The reset on the own backboard. Sosa already up. Goes over. Helix over. Another Wonder Mike. The last one back. Manages to buy enough time for rotations, and that's all it's been. Managing the boost, managing the defensive touches, managing time. Who can manage the lead in the remaining minute and a half? Does Concord have an answer to Fisher Navy?
Adam certainly has all the answers. Him and the Wonder Mike putting on a clinic in the midfield defense. They're cutting out everything, even when they can't even get on top of the ball. A couple times Concord has been landing, and they just land underneath them and then be able to actually slow them down, give them a flat tire, and that's why a lot of these clears from Concord are them just trying to get deflections, getting pinches off the walls, because they have nothing to do with the ball right now. They're trying to, especially by keeping themselves alive with these saves, but all these passes finding similar results, like this one. Another catch from Adam as we enter the final minute of this series.
Over towards the sidewall. Still on the offensive zone of Fisher Navy. Mike can't get to this one. Seamas, the pinch, again relieves that pressure, but still gives away that possession. Again, Adam catching it on that back wall. He's done so many times, even able to extend it just that much further. 35 seconds now looming over Concord. They fought here to get to this game 5, and now they haven't had an answer to win it. Sosa still jumping in midfield. Wonder Mike there tries to line up the shot, can't do so, but Adam already up, keeping this ball in the front zone. 15 seconds left on the clock. Does Concord have one last effort?
Open shot, crispy, over the bar. Something that's really gonna haunt him in the tape review unless the instant redemption redirect. It's Adam again, Simas. His front of the ball, the ceiling pinches on target. It's on the goal line, and Fisher Navy keeps the streak alive. A Cinderella run. If you didn't believe in their seed, they keep moving. Concord, we'll see you next one.
We've seen teams before make historic lower bracket runs, and here Concord doing their best to write their names in history for our first CRL Fall 2024 Open, managing to find the win over Concord here. Incredible effort by Fisher Navy, namely, in my opinion, to Adam. With the amount of goal line saves, midfield challenges, Adam played a masterful game on both the offensive and defensive fronts, and that pulled them ahead, in my opinion, just a little bit far forward in front of Concord. What a phenomenal series, though, to have in our lower bracket.
Being able to see all these saves come in, all these goal line stops off of the awkward reads, pre-jumps on aerial. I mean, the offense at times is pretty, but the defense is what ultimately wins these games. Fisher, I think, really was taken to the brink in a lot of these series. Again, 4 Game 5 victories in a row from day 1 now into day 2. So being able to take this many in a row to keep themselves alive, I don't really have words, and that's why I'm hoping Devonta and Seb on the desk have a little bit more than I do.
You know, we talked about this, Taco, where like this is an alternate reality. If University of Southern Miss won all their game 5s, except in this case, it's Fisher. This is unreal. And it's not as if Fisher or Concord by any means are playing bad or any of the sort, or Fisher are playing bad. Both of them popped off to such a degree. Navanta, you're popping off. How you feeling?
Oh, absolutely, because you know what? No one gave Fisher a chance, except for me. Wonder Mike's was just being a field general, making sure the ball was distributed well, and it really was a passing game was a story here, and Wonder Mike gets the dub for the side of Fisher Navy. They took a little bit more games than I thought they would have to make it happen. I called 4 games, it took them 5, but a dub is a dub is a dub.
Taco, I think the one thing that I do kind of feel bad about is like if there was ever a coming out party for a particular player on the losing side, it was Helix. This man put in so much work to get Concord across the finish line, but it just fell short.
I mean, he was doing it really all. He was getting a lot of the nice shots. He was getting off some brilliant assists. Honestly, the play of the entire series is going cross-court, or maybe that replay on the spike down. You can take your pick. He was dominating a lot of this game, which is not the player you'd expect, the lowest or prestige, let's say, player within the lobby, but he fits like a glove. But again, you're playing against Fisher Navy. They're a high seed for a reason. They're a team that, honestly, the one thing most analysts in the scene were saying about them is like, man, if they could just find a little coordination and maybe scrim together a bit more, I think they could be great. And apparently, they have been scrimming a lot more. They have been looking for that coordination, and now look at the result. It might be a little bit to the brink every time, but they're getting every victory against increasingly impressive opponents.
Now, Chicks, I'm very curious because I think Taco and I, we talked about kind of the reasonings of what makes Fisher together, and for a lot of our part, we're thinking it's chemistry generally as to why this team has been built so well. But you were casting this series firsthand. What do you think was the key to Fisher's success here? Because they went the full best of 5 4 times in a row now, so they definitely have something.
Other than the chemistry, I think it's the individual heroic plays that you get out of each and every player. I immediately out of this series said Adam. I think Adam was phenomenal. And then all of a sudden you have Navanta next to me saying Wondermite had the passes going through. And then I know both of you all the time love Sosa and the way that he plays offensively upfield and the consistency he's had. So across the board, it's everyone having not only their kind of message in that chemistry, but it's their little bit of heroic efforts that they each bring to the table at different moments when it matters the most to bring them over the edge.
Well, Fisher, with that win, will continue their lower bracket run, but this opponent is a doozy. It will be Fisher versus Northwood in the lower final. What a matchup to have coming up next after the break. This is the CRL. We'll be right back.
Put the car and drive, another lonely night, don't know what to do. Finally see what it's like going out every night when it's not with you. I see you whipping down a 4-5. It was December, it was you and I can't remember how to feel alive without you. I wonder what I would say if you stay, if the times are changing, the games we played went away for the day, but you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted, knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We could both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. You with him, but you keep blowing up my line like I'm with you again. It's just like 1996 and you doing that thing you do. You keep on lying to yourself about everything we've been through. It'd be cool if you let off all this and emptied your baggage like you cleaning out your Birkin. You at the club and telling everyone you're working, but I know you're mad and honestly you probably heard it. I wonder what I would say if you stay, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day, but you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted, knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We can both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you.
What I said. I don't need you no more.
My mind is racing, I used to making sense of who I was. And when the opens, I dance with demons until the sun comes on. On the outside, I seem like it's all my way of having fun. Thinking this is just a part of me you love. It's not my night. But in your backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. Judgment is next to nothing. It made me realize instead of finding something, I'm pushing buttons like it's my state of mind. All you're hearing are my lame excuses. Got every reason why. Thinking how you want me in your life. Yeah. It's not my night. Up in your backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight.
Welcome back, everyone, to Collegiate Rocket League. We are halfway there. We went through our first match and our second match, and now we are in the lower final after what was an incredible best of 5 with Fisher coming out on top, carrying that legacy with them, taking down one of the first European juggernauts coming into the CRL. And now let's take a look at how the bracket is shaping up, because it's been a long bracket from the open up until now with some incredible runs, but the most incredible run in this taco is Fisher's lower bracket run. 4 best of 5s now in a row. The last time they lost was a best of 3 to St. Clair College, who they then beat in a best of 5 all the way to now.
Yeah, it's actually unbelievable how it's almost at the point where this is mematic. Like, this is very much something that we could really just troll about and say, oh, classic Fisher, you go to game 5. But we mentioned there was a team, Southern Mississippi, that almost got memed on that during the summer because they had, I believe, 9 series that went to game 5. I think they lost a majority of them. And now Fisher's turning it on its head, saying, hey, we don't care how out of sorts this game looks, how really random some of the scorelines can get. We're going to be able to pull that one out, particularly because the mental fortitude of this team is impressive. Within that West Virginia match, at one point, West Virginia had a 6-1 victory, and Fisher Navy still able to just brush that off like it's nothing and then move on. And of course, now they're in the lower, the lower final against Northwood Blue. To say that they need to peak is an understatement. This is very much the litmus test if you want to be the best. If you can stand with Northwood, then you can beat anybody.
What is the lower final? And with it, we only have 3 teams remaining. We'll be kicking things off first with our lower final, Northwood Blue versus Fisher Navy, of course, 2 respective juggernauts within the Eastern Conference, historically within CRL. Maryville, of course, bringing in the 2 Europeans, but still the king of the West as ever. They are waiting in the grand finals to see who will be their challenger. Now let's formally introduce our 2 teams. Northwood Blue versus Fisher College Navy, and with it, both bringing in new pieces to see if they can continue to battle it out at the top level within the CRL. For Northwood Blue, of course, they're bringing in 1 Canadian in Creams. For Fisher Navy, they already, of course, have Sosa as the Canadian representative, but of course, with Adam and Wanda Mike, bringing in those pieces from both Ole Miss and Maryville, respectively. Really, in that sense, creating one of the best teams in North America. From a high-level RLCS standpoint, both these teams can compete with each other. I'm very excited to see how this matchup goes because, Chicks, historically between these 2 teams, they've matched up about 8 times. And only twice has Fisher been able to trounce Northwood. One of them, however, was at the CRL World Championship last year, but these are 2 completely different rosters.
Yeah, I mean, Northwood has always been the juggernauts. They've been the titans that you can't defeat, and they've been defeated today already. Hopefully their spirits aren't also defeated to boot with it. So Fisher Navy, a lot to live up for. Of course, they've been doing this constant game 5, beating them out and clutching up when needed. And we mentioned how well versed the entire roster is. It's going to be a difficult game for both of these teams, but I know a lot of them, they had a lot to think about and are very focused on getting to that rematch or that grand stage against Maryville.
In Taco, in terms of Northwood, I mean, this is, I think, the first time they've been on a back foot in a proper long time, where I think people are actually starting to doubt them. Where does Northwood take it from here against the likes of Fisher?
And to be honest, there's always been a level of cope in a lot of the things with Northwood when they have suffered a loss, where you say, they did lose, but they weren't playing that well. Honestly, I just think, frankly, they were outplayed in that Maryville series. It was not as frank aspect of just that, they were playing off. Yeah, maybe they were missing some reads. Maybe Hockey could have had some angles that he wants back. But ultimately, they were losing because they didn't get in position correctly. They weren't managing boost well, even at times. And when they didn't get chances, not always was it the most lethal chance I think they could have produced. So in this game, coming into this one, I think it's going to be a little bit spooky for them, primarily because they're playing against a team that seems to always adjust to them. And if they're not on their A game, I mean, this is basically like an RLCS level day 3 type of matchup that you would see in those closed qualifier type matchups. Like, it's not an easy road. So if they're not playing their best, then they need to be quite apprehensive. This is not just something that skill can carry you through on.
Yeah, exactly. If anyone in the chat is really wondering kind of where the metric of both these teams, where the bar of both these teams are, this is RLCS level. This is across the board RLCS level. Every single one of these players have played for day 3 or even top 16 teams at one point or another. We have 2 TSM players here. This is the peak that you will see. And with that, let's get into predictions. Shiksa, it is going to be a tight one. Where's your prediction going?
You know, my heart really wanted to go with the Fisher Navy run, but my head says Northwood Blue just can't not make a grand final. So I'm going with Northwood. They've been there too many times. I know they want that rematch more than ever. I think that pulls them ahead in this losers final.
Navanta, are you sticking?
Man, I gotta respectfully disagree with Chicksa. Even though she is among the smartest ones in the Rocket League space, I'm feeling my heart saying Fisher did the impossible about 30 minutes ago. The team is feeling good on chemistry, and they have a hot hand. Not only did Northwood lose their previous match, they had to sit and watch an entire series. That is only a detriment. I'm picking Fisher for this one.
Taco, are you swayed? Do you believe?
That is now the 4th straight series I've casted of Fisher, and they have won all of them. I'm just going to say this time, as a spectator, I believe that they can keep going. It's weird to ever doubt Northwood, but I feel like Fisher have captured something special. They're never truly out of series, and because of that, I think if Northwood is not playing to their peak, then Fisher 100% has this one. I trust them to be able to get to that grand.
Listen, anytime I've believed in a storyline of a particular team, whether it was Ball State going through the lowers, whether it was Maryville during Summer Series, one team has been the result of smacking down my dreams, and it has always been Northwood, and that's not changing here. Give me Northwood, of course. The dynasty will remain as they look to go to the grand finals. That is our matchup. It is split on the desk for what is a historic matchup within North America. Of course, with Northwood versus Fisher, Kings of the East respectively, both bringing in new pieces to see who will come out on top, go to the grand finals, and face off against Maryville. Casters, take it away.
Oh my goodness me, chicks. So we have ourselves a bit of a Titan clash here. Best of 5, Fisher versus Northwood Blue. This one here is going to be epic.
We have a split desk. Both of us are also split on who takes it. And I think there's arguments for both sides, 100%. Part of me wants to say Adam just wants to verse against his old team. You mean, what more motivation could be than that? And he's been having a phenomenal day. But Northwood Blue is just that team that always plays in your mind. And I just have a feeling Zanil Creams and Hockey have more to get. If they end up third here, they would shock the world of CRL going into tomorrow. We'll see what really ends up happening, but a lot for Maryville to think about who's waiting in that grand final spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Maryville is pretty much biding their time to see who's going to be their opponent, but I got to give props to Northwood Blue off the bat, drawing the first save from Fisher to make sure they're in front of that net. Still no score here, and the game 1 is best of 5, and already we're getting a little bit of that game 2, game 3 pace in this one.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be much filling out. Both these teams have played against each other multiple times, maybe in these not exact combinations, but every player familiar with who they're up against on the field. And it's going to be masterful to be able to predict exactly what each team is doing. Sunil on the ball here. This one popped up a bump as well. Hockey couldn't find it, drops it down to Creams. It's their second effort. This one backboard, another demo. Sosa can't get there, and the effort by Northwood Blue on the first goal of game 1.
Yeah, doing here was pretty much textbook. Understanding it was kind of an odd angle, popped it up, passed it around, distributed the ball, and drew the space out, which gave you an option for 1 and option 2, but only option 1 was needed. Northwood Blue breaks the deadlock.
Impressive, to say the least, that they managed to find such an early answer. This one just put to the wayside by Wonder Mike. Adam in control, quickly contested by Hockey. Creams bumped away. This one sent away, another demo. Wonder Mike last back with 0 boost to save, but the demo's coming out so strong for Northwood Blue, coming out with a vengeance, dare I say. They are mad that they dropped that series. Northwood never dropped series, and now they've come to play.
Yeah, absolutely. When you have that time after a loss, I know on the desk I said that's going to be to a Fisher advantage. You really have to decide what kind of team you're going to be. You get ice cold, you think about what went wrong, or do you just go back into the lobby, into free play to make sure you're as sharp as you can to get that win back? So far we have our answer, but I can tell you one thing, Fisher is not going to go away quietly.
They haven't been able to get out of their half, but as we've seen throughout the series today, Fisher has done so well defensively, able to stop multiple scoring opportunities. This one, what a pass, but Sosa can't get the shot past Wonder Mike, and Adam as well missing here. Wonder Mike going up for the second effort, but Creams deflects it away in hockey, even with the demo on Sosa to get rid of all offensive pressure potential. Adam 50, this one a save, and Creams can't get to it either. Adam back up on this one, sends it away. Sosa and Wonder Mike both up. Who's gonna hit it? Adam needs to get back quick. This is a one-on-one. Creams to pop it over, and Adam still finds the recovery. Pressure still coming, and again, another answer by the Fisher Navy defense. 7 saves already to start off game 1.
Yeah, it definitely looks like both teams are trying to figure out how it was the best way to frustrate their opponent. So many times you thought, hey, only another half second, I'll have a shot on frame, and it's getting cut off at the pass. And so you got to think about plan Bs and plan Cs even before you get the ball, because it looks like both teams have read each other's playbook.
Zanil over to hockey. The deflection off target. Those need to be on. More threatening shot. Searching hopefully later for Northwood Blue. Fisher Navy. Navy an opportunity now on transition. Quickly 50'd away, and Adam the pop-up. Wonder Mike no boost back on the side of Northwood Blue. He'll steal some. Pop this one up. Hockey there first, goes through the back wall, and Adam there to save again. He's been a backboard monster all day today, just as much as a midfield challenge monster for this Fisher Navy side.
Yeah, the one thing I didn't see in my notes is that the first game was going to be a defensive classic. Only one goal scored, and if this score holds, I can imagine Northwood will love the advantage, but this way, I didn't see coming. I was kind of expecting a bit of a hit parade as both teams try to get themselves into their strategies 1 and 2, but look, it looks like everyone is pretty much ready on this playbook to make sure things are swatted away.
This one's so close by Creams. Again, another missed opportunity for Northwood Blue to extend the lead. The miss there, almost a fake, caught Creams off guard, but still manages to find the save. Fisher Navy, one last effort with 14 seconds left. Adam does have boost. Sidewall control, can't get past the defender. Hockey doesn't find the clear though. Can one of my get the beat? No, it's 15 down. The pop-up's there, but Creams looking to send this one on the ground. Northwood Blue squeak by a game 1 victory.
Yeah, not really often you see a team get by with just a minimum, but the minimum is all you needed. There was the early shot goal. It was a tightening down of the defense. Northwood Blue goes back to what they do best, and that is frustrating their opponents. They win game 1.
Adam 5 saves, Creams 6 shots, 1 for 6 on the side of Northwood Blue. Similar story to what we've been seeing historically for these two teams, at least in this tournament so far. We know Creams generally has the hot hand, and that's the only goal that was scored all game. The effort's certainly there, and Adam, again, has been picture perfect when it comes to defense today. Manages to find it, and Creams saving against Adam's one shot that could have made the difference later on. A lot to think about going into game number 2, but I think any team has the opportunity to go back and forth in this series in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're Fisher Navy, you did everything you did well. I mean, the team played well. I would even say they were better as far as the rotations were concerned. Didn't have the scoring options that they would like. And so I don't think anything drastic has to happen in game 2 to even up the series for them.
No, it's going to be another battle. I think, again, Adam's going to be targeted for those demos. We saw Northwood Blue bring out a lot of demos into their strategy early in this game 1. And I think it's going to be Creams and everyone settling down a little bit Hockey as well had some shots that should have been on target, that need to be on target if they expect to win moving on forward in this series and into the next if they get there. So adjustments need to be made on both sides just a little bit, but being that clinical, we've mentioned Pixels how many times today is the difference between moving on forward in this tournament. The quality of play needs to be perfect, and that one is not a perfect shot.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of the most frustrating ones there. You beat one defender, you beat two defender, you get denied by the woodwork. It doesn't come out of nowhere, but every so often that crossbar goes into business for themselves. Sosa has to collect themselves and have a bit more composure, but you really can't wait to see or can't rely on saying, I'm going to do something on frame and hope the crossbar works in your favor.
Hockey has an opportunity to get to it first, does beat out one to Mike. Last in net, going after it, and Hockey able to go through because, again, that demo, that bump pressure coming from Zanil.
Yeah, the bump pressure there, but I have to give a shot to Hockey for seeing an opponent, seeing a defender come at them, and decide to do off the wall pass to get themselves some space, and that gave them all the time in the world to have that shot on frame. And it was really a big brain play to make sure you draw the defense out, and that's what happened right there.
Great answer for Northwood Blue to start out with the lead again. Can the answer here for Sosa be on target? Adam as well going up. Can't find it. Creams looking to chase. Does get the beat. Has one more. The 50 popped towards the pack wall. Can't be found. Hockey on the turn. Gets this one towards the other corner. Is Creams there first? The 50 still sitting in that corner. Zanil off the wall. Not the greatest touch. Can't get the bump on Adam. And Adam finds the space and gets the clear up field to allow his team to rotate through.
Not to be all Mr. Doom and Gloom, but I wouldn't be an analysis if I wasn't doing that. 6 minutes and change gone by. Not nearly a score from Fisher Blue, especially after the last series. It might be cause for concern. What do you have to do to get something on the tally? And that was a shot there cleared away by Adam.
Again, both close opportunities for these teams. It's going to be Pixels. It's going to be something crazy in order to score. Creams gifted this ball in the air, has the opportunity, parts the sea of defenders, and Zanil finds the finish. Northwood Blue, yet another goal to extend their lead.
Yeah, Zanil gets the credit for the goal there, but shout out to Creams for not only doing one thing, and that is going off target to draw the defense out to put them out of position for that rebound, and any team worth their salt will have a second option ready to go. Zanil was there like a dog at Thanksgiving dinner, and that's why it's 2-0 right now.
Zanil back into midfield. Creams is there, gets the beat back forward, one to Mike. Into the corner, low boost is the entire Fisher Navy side. Here comes Hockey, sends it midfield. Zanil's shot blocked initially. Creams will have to come on through. Manages to find the only 50 he can. Pops it up. Hockey just faking it. Maybe getting a bump off here. Is searching for that bump, and Adam manages to just find a piece of that ball. Northwood Blue have a strategy. They've stuck to it. Now, can they manage to find the save somehow through all the chaos in front of net? The save's made. Wonder Mike still searching, finds the bump, makes the heroic play, and Fisher Navy find one between this all.
Just going to say the last scoring drive there with Sosa, I was like, you got to start being so generous with your teammates. You got to go into the business for yourself, and Wonder Mike does just that. Says, I'm going to strong arm this battering ram style because that lead in half. Fisher is finally on the board.
Took them 8 minutes to do so. And now they have to do so again in this series, in even hopes of tying it twice more, of course, to win it, which seems like an impossible feat against Northwood Blue, who seems to be back to their old selves. Maybe not perfectly, not peak performance Northwood Blue, but certainly more comfortable than what we saw in the previous series. Zanil going for the one-on-one. Adam rarely stopped in the goal line, as we've seen today, to make another save. This one also saved away, but Northwood Blue keeping the pressure up and managing to find the deflections on the defensive zone as well.
Yeah, I'm with you, Chicksa. I feel like this is a very beatable Northwood. I don't want to say the word sloppy, but not really as crisp as we're used to. But these are some of the tactics they've used to their advantage. And so far, with the game in hand and as the score stands right now, willing to win the second one, you can't really deny you got to go with what's working, even if you're not doing it as efficiently as possible.
Oh, trying to get crazy with it with Adam. This one, hockey up to Zanil. Zanil's there. Backboard read may be found, but Wonder Mike just sends it away. Creams needs to read this one off the back wall. He does just that. Shot off target. Sosa, no! You need the deflection! I know that's a difficult angle, but a missed opportunity for Fisher Navy to tie the score line. Now looking on the transition to find an opportunity, and still they're swatted away. Can Fisher Navy find a way to consistently score in this series?
Straight up feels bad, man. If I had so many opportunities that were going to go to Sosa that didn't work out for them, I'll have $1 million. But Wonder Mike cleans up. The garbage man cometh. It's kind of a thing we didn't see coming, but we did see the result. It's now level once more, 2 apiece.
Wonder Mike making it his game to shine. Both goals off of him. He's been the only way Fisher Navy can score, and he's just putting it straight on target. A solo effort, a pass in this one. Can he do it again? A backboard here. Zanil gets the touch. Sosa on the 50. Creams the clear out. Adam safely into corner. There we see overtime. This one will touch the ground. Overtime in game 2 decides if we go to match point for Northwood Blue or a tied up series to start off our losers final.
I'm going to be honest with you, no team in tournament play likes overtime. So this one here is definitely something we have to go through. Because Northwood, again, is making sure it works, but not as really as effective as we're used to. But Fisher Navy, finally gets themselves on the board really late in this one. So this might be very pivotal, more than normal, to see which one's going to move on.
And 2 unanswered goals, of course, by Fisher Navy, so the momentum should be currently in their favor, but it doesn't feel like that on the field. Creams the challenge. He gets another touch, gets another one to follow, but this one off towards the wayside. The pop-up hockey there first, can't get another touch to follow. Creams back on it, does get the beat, the shot, the pass, and this one on through for a Northwood Blue win.
Yeah, this one here is not bad necessarily, but the fact you draw out 2 defenders that didn't have a chance when you have more than one team member whiff, it definitely hurts the psyche. Doesn't matter though, Northwood Blue gets 2 wins in 2 attempts. They're at series point.
Feels weird to see Fisher Navy fall so much in this series to start, but I mean, they had almost a similar situation last game, just kind of opposite. Now need a reverse sweep, and Northwood Blue was swept, and now looking for the sweep today has just been regular chaotic collegiate nature. Fisher Navy have to figure out better ways to score upfield, and now they also need to find a way to manage the bumps and the demos that come out of Northwood Blue. They're fast on those rotations. You know the mechanical ability of Creams and Zanil. You have to have an answer to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the weaknesses of having Wonder Mike on your staff is that when you're down, he is definitely one person, or they are definitely one person to put the team on their back and say, I'm going to be a hero, right? And so you have a supporting cast who can help that out with distribution, then you get the dubs. But when it's just him or them going forward and just not being the hero they thought they were going to be, then they come against L's. That's what we saw right here.
Yeah, Wonder Mike, a phenomenal player, but normally when you think of scoring, you think of Adam and Sosa a little bit more than Wonder Mike. We saw him earlier and how well he did at passing plays to set up his teammates, but Sosa just hasn't been able to get in the back of the net this series. Same thing with Adam. Both have been stopped or just haven't had the accuracy on target that is needed to play against Northwood Blue. Maybe it's the nerves to be fighting against such a team, but now match point is upon them. They have to play critical, clinical play.
No, both clinical and critical. But I think you hit the nail on the head. Sosa has a lot of opportunities dead to rights, didn't get those. And so we saw a lot of people trying to step up when they didn't really need to, so sick of the game plan. But you're right, series point for Northwood Blue, a good redemption arc for them. But shooting accuracy will be the storyline when it's all said and done, because I really feel like both these teams could have 8 goals a game if they had everything on target.
Cream's opportunity, flip reset here, sent it up to Hockey, but Adam, yet another save to add on to his list of saves today. This one saved away, and now back in midfield. Wondemike there first, sends it up. The beat though by Hockey wins either by 50 or just by speed. Zaniel sidewall sends this down. Doesn't get another touch, but does bump the car of Adam. Sosa, last back, gets it away. One-on-one with Hockey. Hockey to win it, and Wondermike, good thing he's there. Sends it away. Sosa, flip reset, shot on target. Kareem saving it away. More pressure coming. Wondermike, he can't be stopped in this series. Fisher Navy has their score, and it is Wondermike.
This is what we're talking about, right? 2 attempts for Sosa, couldn't get it done, and Wondermike had to push up to really put that ball past the net. Now, it went in for them, props, but had Wondermike missed, they would have been totally open for the counterattack. This is a very dangerous game Fisher's playing. Hopefully it works out for them, because if it doesn't, we know what would happen.
Zaniel trying to do something creative. Certainly, we haven't seen a successful play just like that yet. Granted, not saying things won't happen. Shot by Sosa. Off target. Again, off both posts. At this point, Sosa needs to figure out a way to, I don't know, flip the corner better. Heads or tails is how we're going for most of these shots. He has to find these on target, or else Fisher Navy is going to continue to struggle to score at Field Creams. Getting past Hockey, the speed, Adam there again. Defensive masterclass. One thing I've learned out of Adam today is you do not want to be up against him if he is the last man standing on defense.
Yeah, there always seems to be one player on every team that covers a lot more ground than their peers. And that's definitely been Adam today. And usually it doesn't really matter if you're rocking and rolling, but with goals being so hard to come by, you kind of wish they were more in the offensive position. So got to give it up to Wondermike and Sosa. Their challenge now is to give Adam that much space, because if he's really able to tame defenders like that, he should have an opportunity to put goals on frame.
Straight down, Sosa there first to send it towards the back wall. Creams the clear back towards the other end. Hockey chasing for that demo. Can't find a piece of it. Now Sosa looking to set up maybe himself, but that touch still just too far. And Wondermike can only send it initially. Adam, the early challenge in midfield's been doing it all day long. Sosa, the shot saved by Creams, still has control, sends it towards the other end. Adam on the 50, Creams winning though initially, not enough boost to keep on forward, and Hockey beat here by Sosa as well. Can the follow-up transition come through? Somebody always back on defense.
I'll be honest with you, Chicksa, after 3 games or 2 games and a change happening right now, I didn't think that goals would be this hard to come by. Imagine this being a second game in this series being decided by just 1 goal being scored.
I'm not necessarily surprised by the level of which CRL has risen. I mean, Northwood Blue used to beat out games in very convincing fashion. 6-0, 7-1, 5-2, whatever it would be. But now it's bridged the gap in competition. We really have more than just a team that's at the top of the dynasty. It's not one team in East or West to begin with. Now they're all grouped together and equally as difficult to deal against. I'd say our top 8 is the strongest 8 historically we've ever had in CRL, and that's what makes these games continuously so close. Really only 1 sweep in our bracket of today. Otherwise, it's been game 5s and games 4 littered across this bracket.
Yep, heavy is a head that wears the crown. You just can't expect to steamroll a team anymore. But even though Northwood is down by a goal, got to give a shout out to Creams with so many goals, already with the savior tag, with some time to spare in this one.
Holding on another 10 seconds right now is Fisher Navy. They may extend this series just a little longer. Gonna don't count out Zaniel. The flick. Those one to touch the ground. And Fisher Navy do indeed take 1 in this series.
It wasn't pretty. I can even say it was bowling shoe ugly. But you know what? A win is a win, and you force game 4 for Fisher Navy.
I'm surprised. I don't know what each team needs to make adjustment-wise. Of course, we need Sosa to not go 0 for 4. I'm sorry to keep calling out Sosa, but when it comes down to it, stuff like that can make or break the game and how well Fisher's been doing in these series so far. As for Northwood Blue, I would say the 2 shots is the biggest thing that screams to me. It's very rare Northwood goes a game without having maybe at least 5, if not more.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, being over 4, it happens a lot, especially if I'm playing. I go for over 6 sometimes. But I think the more critical thing is the lack of assists, right? Only Adam with the 1 assist with the 1 goal being scored. If you are shooting targets, if you're beating the defense to get the balls on the frame, there has to be a second option playing up with you if you don't have the hot hand yourself. And I think that's what Fisher's missing. If they find to say, hey, look, one to Mike, or hey, Adam, be there in case I whiff or in case I hit the frame, then there might be a different scoreline altogether.
But as we've mentioned, Adam's always that last line of defense. So it's very rare that Adam comes up off the third man role between midfield and backfield to make the opportunity forward. I really think Adam, in a sense, is so stuck to be stopping everything that it's only Sosa and Wendamike upfield at times, and Adam may be getting an assist here or there. But it's very rare. It's very rare that Adam scores. And because of it, it's been that much harder for Fisher Navy to score as a whole.
Absolutely agree with you 100%. This is why you shouldn't put yourself into a hard role in a Rocket League team, but that's just me just picking these nits. It's a game 4 situation. Northwood Blue is still at series point, 1 win, and they advance to that grand final.
Adam up over to Sosa. Sosa backboard. Wendamike in last, and Adam sending it back over to Sosa. Popped up here. Net's open. This one off the crossbar. Good thing Wendamike's there to finish, and Fisher Navy again have only scored in this series so far with Wendamike.
Hey, look at this one here. What was I saying before? Spreading the wealth around. Wendamike just waiting to be that second option at the bottom 90. Make sure they did it, and that's why Fisher Navy's out on top.
Pop up right off kickoff. Zanil there first. Has a pretty open goal. Fakes out Sosa. Manages to find an answer, and Northwood Blue on the board.
I'm not sure if that was a fake out or just Sosa hitting the wrong button. Either way, I can relate. Phil's backflip, man. Oh my goodness me. There is your equalizer. 1 apiece.
Yeah. There's very few players in CRL that you do not want to get caught in a 1v1. Well, there's actually a lot of players if I'm playing against them, but Zanil is one of them for the rest of the CRL field that you do not want to be caught in 1v1s against. Same thing with Creams, both of them absolute monsters on the pitch, and Zanil plays that beautifully well. Patience is key. We'll see how patient Northwood Blue can be to get some offense going now upfield instead of right off kickoff. Wendamike has been doing many things that build another demo to come through from Hockey, who in particular has done most of the demoing as well as the bumps in this one. Creams 50. Hockey, no finish just yet, but a boost steal to boot, and now still tied 1-1. We figure out, does someone extend this lead further? Hockey to do just that.
Yeah, that secondary scoring option is going to be the story of this one. Zanil did all the hard work, drew the defense right in the middle, but once you make it clear, you can't be in a position to be that second clear unless you are goated out your mind, and Hockey cleans it up 2-1. But you're saying this before about 1v1s. I am terrible at those modes because you really can't blame your teammates when it comes to that. And I do think that both these teams are seeing what happens if you're not that smart on the 1v1 game.
Straight down, Sosa having an opportunity. Can't get through Adam as well, trying to push the pressure for Fisher Navy. This one won't be there to finish on out. Back to midfield. Have to wonder, Northwood Blue, are they going to extend further on these opportunities, or is Fisher Navy going to have to do something themselves? This one just off target. But this back and forth game has continuously not ended. Who is going to end up finding a way to be in control of this game?
Yeah, absolutely. Win, lose, or draw, there really hasn't been a team that's dominated. I mean, it's about halftime here. Only 1 goal separates that, and now it's 2. Hockey finally gets some daylight. That is 2 goals up for Northwood.
Zanil again being very tricky with it. You can't get a better pass down to your teammate than that. Hockey gifted that ball, and he has now had 2 goals on target, both assisted. It's phenomenal to see the team play from Northwood Blue. They're clicking as we've seen in the past, and with half this game gone, Fisher Navy need to answer, and they have not been in the game of scoring goals so far.
Yeah, but what are we seeing though for Northwood Blue? I mean, both teams can use it to their benefit is really having a shot on frame and having a secondary scoring option not rotate. Yes, it's risky if you miss or whiff, but Northwood has been doing that and being in clutch situations to get those cleanup goals that really weren't on the board if given a certain kind of offensive run. So props to them, and Wondermite gets another secondary scoring option to make it 3-2.
Wondermite's still the only one to score for Fisher Navy. Gets a beautiful bar down shot, manages to keep Fisher Navy in this series, in this game in particular. Sosa credited with both assists. 2 minutes left on the clock. It has gone blow for blow. Novata, you've been asking for scores all game long, and now you've gotten them. 5 in this one. I think it might be one of the higher scoring games that we've seen all day today.
Yeah, I mean, I asked for that, you're right, but not like this, man. Like, all the goals were the same. Someone shoots up, they get stopped, and the secondary is one's hanging out there, just taking up the scraps. That's fine, but ultimately, if you think about this tournament play, you want to be able to really put your opponent on the back foot. Well, as I say that, Sosa makes this a brand new game. Equalizer, 3 apiece with less than 90 to go.
You know, if you yell at Sosa enough, eventually he'll get on through. And I may have yelled at Sosa enough this series, but he does.
You did.
He does find the goal on this opportunity. He manages to get the equalizer, as you said, for Fisher Navy. Fisher Navy, 3 goals this game. We've been asking for them to score. They answer here. They've made this a ball game, and now they're still fighting to stay in this series. One more gives them the lead. Whichever team, and Northwood Blue is still searching to finish out this series.
I hope you're happy just bullying Sosa all afternoon. No, I'm just kidding. But yes, imagine forcing a game 5 even Fisher. That'd be something that to be on the list of things to be desired. But Northwood Blue has to shut this down for their own benefit, for their own psyche. Less than a minute to go here. Pretty much a silver goal situation. Next goal scored could pretty much walk away with the dub. Let's see if it's going to be Northwood Blue.
Adam on target. Zanil saving to the corner. Adam again. Sosa trying to find the finish, but Creams was there. Hockey taking his time, going into the air. This one off the backboard, straight down. Can't find the touch initially. Zanil the shot on target, but Wondermike the save. 20 seconds left on the clock. Dare we get another overtime game? Zanil, the rest of Northwood Blue pushing last efforts on the Fisher Navy half. Hockey's saved away. Adams cleared. Zanil the shot. Is it down? It's an own goal. 4 seconds left, and Northwood Blue's on top to an own goal.
Hockey with going to the pass, going outside, top 90, bottom down, and well, I said silver goal situation. 4 seconds is a lot of time, but that may be the dagger.
Kickoff goes out over into Kareem. Zanil the fake. Hockey the shot. It's barred down once more. Northwood Blue continue their revenge tour. They have a grand finals match awaiting them.
I gotta be honest, the Northwood Blue standards, that was bowling shoe ugly, but a win is a win. They move on.
What a series.
Agreed.
What a series. Very unpredictable series when it came down to it. But Fisher Navy not having the cohesion that we saw from them earlier in the day today. At times, they just fell a little bit short. And Wondermite being the only one to score for so long in that series as well, I think held them back. You need more than one person to be able to get it in the back of the net. And Northwood Blue just have a little bit more spice to them on that entire roster. Still a very historic run for Fisher Navy. in the next Open, your eyes better be open because Fisher's coming, whether in the upper or lower bracket, to play you.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. That team is better when Wonder Mike is really the bully in the mid pitch and Sosa your shooting option. But speaking of bullies, let's see what's going on with that desk because I want to see what they were thinking about in this best of 5 series.
I know you don't want to get bullied, but listen, you're 0-3, bud. You tried to play the momentum, okay? You tried to flip and go, oh, I believe in the Fisher run. Northwood exists and has existed for years. You should know this. We've talked about this.
Yeah, I believed in the narrative more than anything else because I'm thinking to myself, Fisher, they've adjusted everyone, and that's the key. If playing against a team, you're going to get slapped around a little bit in the beginning, and that's exactly what happened. But then I saw it. I was like, oh, this is what I was predicting. But eventually, they make one bad clear, it's going to your net. Oh, they make a second one, that's also going to your net. So eventually, Northwood is just too good. They don't throw away too many chances. I think Fisher just crumbled under the weight of that. And after all, they've had a very long day, going the distance every single series, having to probably have to refuel after every single series. I'm sure it was just mentally exhausting, not to mention just having to stress your fingers out. I feel like it was an admirable effort, but ultimately, Northwood missing a grand final, I just don't feel like that's in the wheelhouse right now.
Yeah, listen, the CRL has changed, but it hasn't changed so much to the point where we're not going to see Northwood in at least the grand final. That being said, I think regardless, this was a fantastic tournament run and a really, return to form from Fisher that they so desperately needed to earn some of that respect back, to really kind of get themselves back in the conversation as one of the best collegiate teams within North America. I mean, listen, we just before this, a bunch of analysts were able to make our power rankings about where we were trying to place Fisher. A lot of us had him pretty low. And not to toot my own horn, but I did have them pretty high. I had them around 5th. And even then, they still were able to exceed expectations, take down juggernauts, take down some of the highest hype people that we had within Collegiate Rocket League, and were able to make that effort for that grand final. At least push Northwood a little bit, which is more than what a lot of other teams do. That being said, I mean, unfortunately, they do fall at 3rd. And Avanta, despite that, I still think we have a lot to see from Fisher.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Fisher Navy, even the Fisher in general with both squads have shown what that organization is all about and the way they play their game. It just really wasn't their game today. Sosa's shooting accuracy was a problem. Wonder Mike had to play up and be that secondary scoring option, and it really wasn't the kind of game they want to play. They got Northwooded, to say the least, and that's pretty much happened to them tonight.
All right, well, next up, it is going to be our grand final. We're down to our last 2 teams, but that'll be right after the break. We're going to take a second to just set up this whole match, really digest everything that's going on, because it's going to be Northwood versus Maryville after the break. This is the CRL. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the CRL. It has been a long journey to come here, okay? We've had a open bracket with 358 teams registered, competing to get to this moment, all for that top 8 bracket. Every single match has mattered. Throughout the entire bracket, you only get 2 lives, and it has come down to our final 2 teams. With our bracket ahead of us, you can see the results of the chaos. What a large bracket to come down to this moment. We've had upsets, we've had incredible runs, and even though Fisher made an incredible run for themselves, it unfortunately fell at the last hurdle. That is, of course, Taco, the inevitable Northwood.
Yeah, it really is inevitable. And the fact that I even thought for 1 second to root against them in that scenario where they absolutely have to win is a little delusional, but I really did believe in it. It's the same way that I feel like when you look at Maryville Northwood in the previous competitions, you're thinking, I mean, this would be psychotic if this is even a toss-up, but I do really feel like this is Maryville at top of the powers, the best team in West against Northwood, the best team in East, really the clash of the Titans that we're all waiting for. And so seeing a matchup like that and see Northwood really just get, I would say, their behinds handed to them more or less in that upper final and then go in the lower final and play like we expect them to. It's nice to see that their run back is still there and they still have the ability to talk to each other and fix anything on a short notice, considering this is all happening in just one day.
Yeah, of course. And now we are here. Let's take a look at what the rest of the schedule is. I mean, listen, by schedule, we've already gone through the 3 matches that we needed to. Maryville taking down Northwood in a dramatic upset, sweeping them to put them in lowers. Fisher going the full 5 against Concord, knocking out the European hopefuls. And now in the lower final, Fisher fell to Northwood Blue, of course. And as we always say, Northwood is inevitable. And now for our grand final, it will be Northwood versus Maryville for a full best of 7 here to kick off what will be our first of 4 CRL Opens and Novanta. We wouldn't have it any other way. This is the Summer Series final rematch.
Yeah, we thought we were pretty much done getting that preview earlier today, but why not make it a grand final with a bit more stakes with these 6 battle cards? To tell you the truth, this is a main event match to begin with, but the fact that it is the main event today is icing on the cake.
And going through the rosters, Maryville, again, this isn't the exact same Maryville that you saw from Summer Series. This is essentially improved in many ways. You look at the EU players that we have on here, relating wave and speed. To those of you who are RLCS fans, you are very familiar with those 2 names, but alongside them, and I think to a lot of people they might be forgetting about, we essentially have what was the Western MVP in Knight, who was not hard carrying, but definitely a statistical anomaly for Maryville, really putting Maryville on the map, helping to get them to that grand final spot where unfortunately they did fall to that Northwood Blue roster across from them. Creams, Hockey, and Zanil. This is the equivalent of a CRL super team if we've ever seen one. Creams, of course, and Hockey both coming in from TSM. Zanil, formerly of Cloud9, coming on to the same roster to see if they can continue the Northwood dynasty. And Chixa, I mean, listen, I have never been able to doubt Northwood because every single time they have proven me wrong, and it doesn't matter, they always find their way in a grand final.
They did find themselves their way through. I'm happy I got one prediction at least today.
Me
correct.
too. Oh my gosh.
We've been drawing straws to see who can actually get one right. It's been not easy to say the least, but Northwood Blue, inevitable. They get to grand finals. They always find a way. They do have seemingly the best players on the pitch, or some of the most experienced players on the pitch, at least on the NA side of things. But we keep forgetting EU, how long the history is of RLCS for both speed and relating waves. They've done wonderful today, and you have to wonder what they're going to do again in this rematch of the upper final that we saw in a best of 5 version earlier.
And so with that, let's get to predictions, because it is a grand final that I think has so much stakes on it for both these teams and for the rest of Collegiate Rocket League. So Novanta, where do you see our grand final going?
Man, I know Maryville got the dub earlier today, but Northwood cannot be denied. They are the gold standard. I'm going with Northwood here, but it won't be easy for anyone to pitch here today.
Taco.
This one is particularly because doubting Northwood is really a fool's errand, and I am doing it only because I do know, obviously, Maryville has won before, but keep in mind, this is an upper bracket Maryville. Northwood has to win. In order to win this grand final, win this competition for CRL Open 1, they have to win 2 best of 7s back-to-back. I believe Maryville might not win the first one, but I do feel like by the end, they will be able to take this one home. I have Maryville in this grand final, taking their first big trophy of the season.
Shakes up.
In Summer Series, Northwood won in the upper finals in a best of 7 going to 7. Then they swept them in the follow-up grand finals. Earlier, we saw a sweep out of Maryville. I think in this time, they go to 7 and Maryville takes it. Similar kind of swap, but Maryville, I think, will come out on top. They stomped earlier. You can't deny them the victory in this one.
Well, I went on Twitter and Calix called me out. One of the Maryville players called me out for my prediction against Maryville, and I'm not changing my mind. Northwood has never been beaten twice in a row from what I've seen in a bracket, going from losers to uppers. It is a monumental task that Maryville will have to accomplish, so I will be going for Northwood, besides the fact that it is just the dynasty that continues their legacy here within the CRL. Northwood versus Maryville, both carrying the torches of their respective regions, and with it, these are the best collegiate players that we have to offer. Northwood versus Maryville, the absolute pinnacle of CRL. This is their legacy. This is their future, and this is Collegiate Rocket League!
Old foes and a rivalry renewed. This is the best of 7. Hello, everyone. My name is Ovanta, and I'm in the booth. I'm being joined by the resident genius, Danger Taco. And Taco, how are you feeling right now?
Okay, let's slow down on Genius until I get a prediction right today, because right now, it's been a long while since I've been on a collegiate stream and actually been struggling here, but I feel like that's because matchup's been a little topsy-turvy. Seeds getting upset. We have Northwood going from the bottom here on the lower bracket, but they might be able to find their path to the promised land, getting another win here in another collegiate event. But, of course, Maryville, the strongest they've ever looked and almost the fastest they've ever scored.
Yeah, what can it be? What can it actually say for the entire CRL if Maryville came out and won this in the sweep, or didn't even force a bracket reset from Northwood's side? Would that be putting everyone on notice, you think?
I think this is very much a statement game from Maryville. It's a situation in which everybody seeds Northwood first in the overall brackets and all the qualifiers, and everyone really just says, well, yeah, they really haven't entered too many of the quote-unquote off-season tournaments, or I guess in this sense, preseason for the fall tournaments. So therefore, we don't know how they're going to perform, but we know they're going to play well. Well, here they are in a grand final, but they're playing against a team that dropped them without them even getting a single win. I mean, that has to be energizing for players like this. They're not used to failure, and I'm sure that's not a feeling they ever want to feel again, which is why Creams is trying to set up a crazy pass down, but not getting the bounce out he might have been looking for.
Yeah, I love the fact they're trying to do the creative moves right now towards gold, and there's no time to do things right down Broad Street if you know your opponent's on a certain kind of level. Let's see if creativity will win the day here. Still no score in that first game, but I know that's not going to be the case for too long.
Particularly if Creams has his way, he's trying to dish that one across. Knight read that he was trying to go underneath, maybe go take it alongside the wall. That one going well wide from Hockey means that Speed should be able to take over. Inch to Creams is going to be red. Zanil not up for it, but Knight has no boost. I don't think either of them know just how much they're staring down at each other. A little bit of a standoff from time to time with these players. So much respect for the mechanics on display.
Yeah, I like the idea of the respect. Sometimes you're kind of like, hey man, stop doing that. It's like watching one of those like animes where you're watching someone change and transform. It's like, just punch him already.
Well, sometimes you can't just dive in there because otherwise you're just going to get an energy beam right to the face. And that's not what you need, especially in a grand final. But Knight is trying to power up right there, but no energy blast quite yet. Maybe Relating Wave can dish it back in the middle, but no target really to be found. Knight is all the way back. Speed is going to have to join him there as he's not going to be able to get that first possession, but wheels back around and gets on his horse with Knight in support, trying to provide that middle assist. And yet, Hockey going in with an off-camera demo, and that demo play to get all these players waiting for those passes, probably the best way to disrupt any of these passing lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams have been incredibly strong on the walls in the mid-pitch. I do feel like if you want to advance that ball, you had to go right up down the middle, and that could have been an opportunity there. So I understand that. You only want to be able to use geometry to your advantage, but the walls may not be to your advantage because teams are always there, and hockey scores right on the button.
And really do like this. Zanil, watch him on the left side of the screen, comes peeling across, gets a bump on Knight. Hockey is right there. It's well calmed, and only so much Maryville can do about that one. Northwood just trying to stay resilient. Oftentimes, the goals in these games are never going to come from the first effort. It's from the repeated follow-ups that eventually will break down through these walls.
Yes, absolutely. If you're Northwood right now, it's very easy to look about what you have to do. You got to win 4 games now, then 4 games later, but you got to put one scoring drive in front of the other and not think about that quite yet. You have 1 goal on, but you're against a team that's very, very apropos of scoring early and often or late and often in deep strings of games.
Speed, no hesitation on that challenge. We'll take that away from hockey, but here comes the second problem. Zanil gets a decent enough start up, trying to bump Relating Wave, and this Relating Wave just gives him a stiff arm, kind of propels him away from him, able to get the first clear, but they're going to need more than that. Northwood, I think a deliberate strategy from them is watching how much they're cutting in front of the rotation from Maryville, pre-jumping all these air dribbles, making sure that if you want to get out, you're going to have to try a little harder than that.
Yeah, I like the idea here. Usually you would say that's kind of dangerous to do so, but being able to cut off these offensive counterattacks at the pass really puts the pressure on for Northwood onto Maryville, and you force mistakes quite like that. Zanil makes it 2-0.
I could almost see the loading circle above Speed's head on this one, thinking, okay, how much do I have to back up? I should probably just jump for that. Should I flip early? I think I probably have that, and by the time he actually loaded that fully in his third eye, that one's going to be going into the top corner. Unfortunately, off his own car. It was on target, but one of those awkward moments where just putting the ball in an awkward situation can make the defense a little squirrely.
That's definitely true. A lot of times people say, what does it mean to be creative when you're playing Rocket League? I say, put the ball on frame and let your defense figure it out, and that's exactly what happened there. Speed didn't have the answer, and that's why that score line is doubled. You can't rely on those all the time, but it's good to have that in your bag of tricks.
Well, if anyone is wondering if Maryville is here to play with Northwood, I think the more apt question is whether Northwood learned from that last series. They are not leaving this Maryville goal alone, and right now the defense getting a workout. Not too many saves to be had, but mainly just because Northwood trying to take laps around this half, and part of it, all these strong 50s. Love that one from hockey. Might have opened things up for Creams, or now Zanil on the follow-through, Relating Wave, keeping his eye on the prize, not letting go of that read, despite all the bodies flying through his camera.
Yeah, this is something, yeah, it's a good visual image there. That's something I didn't think that anyone's going to see coming. It's a 2-0 domination on possession and on the coverage on the pitch. I thought for sure it would be more of a tit-for-tat situation, but either way, if the scoreline holds, it'll be one game with the authority, and it doesn't hold there, Taco. I cast a curse everything. It's not 2-1.
Well, we just didn't expect hockey to go for this, and then Creams very late on that. Not sure what the comm situation was. Maybe hockey didn't believe that he actually get the touch away in the way that he wanted to, but certainly that bounce worked favorably for Speed. He's going to make no mistake on this, and now maybe some kickoff trickery. That's a hard cheat up, but Relating Wave gets almost a Spanish on the demo. Not going to help anything. Creams heroically dives on in for a 50 to take to the far side.
Yeah, these are definitely those small ball situations. You're trying to figure out how a team's going to be making up, but they try to go for their goal, or they're trying to park the bus, and that was aggressive for everyone. Good thing they had the defense there locked in. It's 2-1 with the last seconds to go here.
Knight and Speed both leaving the ball. As a miscommunication comes in, there's no boost to be had. And mercifully for Northwood, that will hit the turf. A chance maybe thrown out the window, but a goal line save seconds prior is the only reason this is not at OT.
Yeah, it's a 2-1 scoreline, but I mean, to be honest with you, the first 4 minutes and 25 seconds were all Northwood. Being able to control possession and the pace of play, which is super important, put 2 goals up, and Maryville didn't have the answer to force that overtime.
And that's such a awkward situation, but speaking of awkward, getting a bump on the backboard is the replay package. Zanil making things weird, Maryville getting temporary touches away, but notice how often Maryville is just put in a situation where it feels like their thumbs are tied. They're not able to use the left stick to be able to maneuver, get these saves, and I think at a certain point, you can get goals against Northwood, but they're going to have to come at a premium, just like that last save. Speed looking like they had a guaranteed goal, and then getting the happiness just snatched away.
Yeah, if you're Maryville, your defensive formation is actually not that bad. It's not like you're playing out of position, but you got to understand to fortify both the far post and the near post. A lot of those shot attempts are not coming down the middle. They're coming on the ends, the wings, if you will. You lock that down, you give yourself a chance for the counterattack.
Being able to prevent those counterattacks is really the art, I think, of a high-level rotation, especially from Northwood. They're doing very well at finding that balance between making sure they're getting their shots off, stealing boosts. Occasionally, if someone is slowed down on Maryville, they're waiting for a touch, a demo them out of the way. Even if we don't get immediate possession, it forces Maryville to panic, get the ball cleared, and ultimately give up that possession. I think Maryville somewhat got wise to that strategy, hence their immediate goal, and then more so the confidence to be able to end out that game, but you got to start off a lot stronger. You do not want to be in a comeback situation against the Wolfpack.
Yeah, that can't be understated enough in tournament play, especially when you have double elimination. You do see some of the formations and some of the strategies of your team multiple times, and it comes down to whether or not you have an antidote or a countermeasure for that, or if you have something special on your own end.
Speed trying to do that special off the doubles for the ceiling. Not going to work, so Relating Wave will try to pick up that top corner with Speed in support. Knight, weak shot means Hockey is just going to clamp that one all the way back down for Relating Wave to catch. And somewhat testing touches coming in so far, and not really anything too concrete. Creams, likewise, forced into just kind of that awkward sidewall double to try to keep this attack alive.
Yeah, this one here is kind of that ping-pong action in the corner. I had worried about corner attacks the first time these two teams met, but I do think a lot of that's going to be the same. And that was a shot right down the middle, but Speed clears it away. And so, yeah, those corner attacks is not really going to benefit anyone. If I were them, I would try to stay away from the edges and give them the opportunity.
It's also what these players understand. Sometimes when the ball is in the corner, all you got to do is just be able to take a slow 50. You don't always have to travel a million miles an hour, because that's where deflection happens. That's where counterattacks happen. Hockey is very close to getting a top corner. Same with Zanil. He's going to put it back, and Knight will be able to escort that one down the sideline. Not too much beyond that, as everybody on Maryville has to catch their breath, because it's still not over. Speed's got to be careful just getting that one around Hockey's dunk.
Relating Wave did the Lord's work, coming across the wide side of it and making sure that was not going to be the first goal of the game. Props to them for that. Not sure how many they have with them, but that one there was an offensive, an amazing defensive effort.
Hockey guiding that one across. Speed knows that play is all his, so long as he gets the flick off early, and he does. He even tags Zanil. He's off balance, but he will still get the save. How about the second one? Hockey taps that not only away from the goal, but enough that he can extend it. Here comes Creams. Nobody on that backboard. Is this the punishment? The accuracy is not there, but the fact that he even got it that close is something.
Yeah, that right there is what you call a feint, right? You show your opponent, hey, look, we beat you there. We didn't really score, but you give us more time and more space. Next time it won't be a miss. And wow, on the buttons, and Neil breaks the deadlock this time again for Northwood Blue. Look at this one here, Taco. Using the wall to your advantage, bringing it down. Classic.
That's a player that knows his angles, though. Zanil goes in completely flat, even leaning back to let the hit the belly of the car, mainly just because he knows that Speed is going to be taking that 50, and there's only one place to go with that. You try to escort to the sidewall, but the more you try to push to the left or right, the more you're risking it might just go straight by you, and inadvertently he kind of leads to his own doom there. Was not ready for the angle that took. And again, Northwood outthinking their opponents as much as just out-meching them.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing about Northwood. We talked about good and great teams. Like, they have a bunch of strategies, but they don't really stick with one or two. They adapt to their opponents. They find something that works for them. They know that Maryville beat them on the speed. They beat them on the run. And so they really much have cut them off at the pass, in that mid-pitch, and on the wall. So really make Maryville try plan C's and D's, and those are never effective. That's why they're C's and D's, and that's why they have the lead right now.
Improvisation, really what makes this game so beautiful, but the thing is, yeah, you do want to make some plans and lay them into implementation, but right now it looks like Maryville is just trying to find a foothold to be able to even get a quality shot. That one from Knight's just going to be a reach. He's going to use it to try to steal that boost, but instead, Speed's going to take it from him. Zanil fully boosted up in the ceiling, and he's going to have to use some of it as Relating Wave was dive bombing on this one. Same with Knight, looking for a double. He can't get it. Speed can. 1-1.
Yeah, I was just about to have this in my notes. So the backboard, pretty much a non-issue. The wings, pretty much a non-issue. So if you're Maryville, you got to put something right in the middle, and that was the closest thing you can to the middle. Hit the crossbar on the way in, but you do those shots on frame. That's your only bet, really, to beat that Northwood Blue defense.
Speed able to find Knight. Pass middle on target again, almost reminiscent of the Cream's double tap that he was trying earlier. Just skims by that back post, and it's just that close. You need to be able to place those a little bit better. You need to rotate quickly if you're on defense, because Zanil only has the first touch. He does not have the second. Knight going to be quickly turning, leaving it for relating Wave. Cream's completely out, and yet Wave did not have the boost to be able to get to that one.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a different kind of Maryville, not being able to see the reads when need be. I wonder if the layoff from the tournament start to affect them. They don't seem nearly as sharp as they did the last time these two teams met.
Knight quickly up, Speed potentially a target, but instead he's going to call his own number. I don't mind that one, particularly with Wave on the sidewall. I think he might have wanted to pass to him, but with no boost, kind of hard to be able to implement that in the moment. So therefore, Zanil looking for some revenge. He was made to look a fool on defense earlier on with that last attack, and yet sometimes it does come down to just taking crucial 50s, this time in the air in front of the goal, and both Maryville and Northwood, for the most part, handling it well.
Yeah, I think everyone's kind of playing through gritted teeth and clenched eyes right now. That ball's just been loose right in front of the goal mouth, and that was cleared again by Speed. It is getting dicey out there, Taco.
Now it's really down to really who wants to be able to make a difference. Maybe it's Knight, maybe it's Speed, or it's the third relating Wave from the corner. No double. Two players commit, one gets it, and that's going to bounce straight up in the air. Only Knight can get it. Creams is out. Hockey has some boost, but not enough to help. Apparently, none needed. No option available. We'll take a turf hit, and we'll take another OT.
Yeah, we're saying that before that none of these teams want to see an overtime situation, how a game could be up perilously down to one mistake or one shot on frame, but if there's any way to get Maryville back into the game, here's the situation for them. They got to do something quickly here.
Ooh, just off target. Speed actually almost beats out two players, but Zanil evens the scoreline. No counterattack when relating Wave has been demoed. Foul on the near post. Creams looking for a double. Speed has it in the way. Zanil fully boosted up, goes for the shot. Not the accuracy he's looking for. Right into the turf, took all the pace out.
Yeah, that's we don't do a bounce pass. You got to do something on the target, on the button with a little bit of force. I bet Zanil will want to have another opportunity if given the opportunity to do that.
Speed tucks underneath. Zanil! Goal line heroics not going to be enough. Accuracy will win out, and Maryville tying up our grand final.
I don't know if it was a finesse, jumble, or fumble. Either way, the goal was on target. Not only a minute has gone by in that overtime period, and Maryville ties up the series tally.
Also have to keep in mind, that's what confidence breeds. Going back into defense, Northwood had a decent amount of boost to be able to cover that one. Speed had all but 30 and just went in a straight line, leaned back at the correct angle, and picked his spot to perfection. Northwood has played well, but looks like Maryville, they have caught up. They have become wise to how this game needs to be played, and what a performance by Speed. 2 goals, 4 saves, trying to do it all for his squad.
Yeah, absolutely, and do it all they did. Like I was saying before about the layoff and tournament play, Northwood Blue has a closing window to get some games onto their scoring account, and this one, the second game, could have been theirs as equally or as easily as we thought it would be, but Maryville is now on the board. That changes the dynamic. What does Northwood Blue have planned for game number 3?
I think for the one thing, just being able to get away from the emulation of Maryville. Exact same saves, exact same number of shots for both squads. So clearly they're both having those looks, but I think it really does come down to those individual moments. I don't want to blame everything on Zanil because after all, he did have one of the goals for Northwood, but that last shot, perfect lob off the backboard by Creams. It's all Zanil's. Yes, he has 3 defenders to beat, but if you hit that hard enough, if you hit it at least somewhere near the side netting, that's most likely going to be a goal. And instead, he leans a little bit too far over it. It goes straight down. Knight gets a clear. It's moments like that that if you say, well, that could have gone differently, but ultimately all losses are going to stem from a multitude of different mistakes and missed opportunities. They're going to have to hope they tighten things up. Do not want to drop another game in a heartbreaker like that as we head to DFH.
Absolutely. Here is my lukewarm prediction. The team with the less number of carries will be the one to win this one out. But will it be Maryville or will it be Northwood? That remains to be seen.
Well, certainly a player that's been relatively quiet is relating Wave. He has somewhat just kind of played that midfielder role, somewhat just enabling Knight and Speed to be able to move on into their offense because they're doing it really well. There's 2 almost combined for a nice pass in that top shelf, but instead, going to be denied. Knight, great turn, but Zanil, it was straight at him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you were saying about relating wave and being able to be that last one, even if you do a high line, has its advantages. Now you can put the pressure on the offensive attack, but you're right. You pretty much go quiet because you don't get points for bumps and demos, and it kind of feels you're not contributing. The question I have now for relating wave is, can he convert those opportunities when you stop Northwood Blue, convert those into offensive chances? That remains to be seen.
Knight with the backboard read. Or rather, backward read. There's a rare moment where he's not on the backboard, but he is hitting it onto Northwood's Zanil. The backflip. I don't know how you teach that reaction time or even just be born blessed with it, but Zanil uses it to its full effect, somehow robbing Maryville from the go-ahead.
Zanil has those intangibles. I know it hasn't been said enough, but Creams get the score here. But Zanil's been able just to be such a threat when it comes to reaction times, giving the teammates opportunities like that.
That's a tough one, too. The demo, of course, takes away that last line of defense, and the middle, after that one aerial, is going to be really able to disable most of Maryville's attempts there, but I was passing it off. I was not too concerned. I thought Knight was able to get back to it, but one of those rare moments where, yeah, you can talk about strategy all you want, but if you see an opening in the backfield and you can just smack it hard enough to get it on target, then you might as well take that opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting back there is half the battle, but the other half is actually being effective. Sometimes you don't get both halves in the same go.
To see Creams trying to lay that one forward for Hockey. Speed will be able to see that one coming, so Neil likewise just going to lob that one forward. A lot of these higher lobs as the game goes on are just trying to buy time for your teammates, reset your position, get your boost, and hopefully survive the assault, because there's one player from Northwood off the field, leaves an opening for Knight. Now Speed if he wants it, however, he trusts Sunil to get that clear, and what do you know, he is rewarded for that faith.
Yeah, absolutely. You talk about the lobs. I think a lot of that too, besides seeing what your next option is going to be, is really to draw the defense to see if you can do a wide pass, outbound, inbound, or take it yourself. And I do think it's a little bit of that sussing out period, which is something we see in game one. To see it so late in the series says that both these teams haven't really figured out the formula they want to use to take them to the promised land.
Relating takes it off of Speed's hand, and that could not be any closer without being post and in. And now on the immediate counter, Speed trying to make up for it as he missed that first effort. Will get the save away. Zanil, double, relating wave. He's not fast enough. Kareem certainly is. There's another one for him and his squad.
Yeah, this was the first one I really felt that was all Northwood, how they drew it up. It was aggressive in the air, being able to take it off the angles, and it was a shot down the middle. That was textbook from them, and that's why that scoreline is 2-0.
Comes down to sometimes you just think those innocent touches. Well, we try to read it off the sidewall, and maybe try to get a 50. I didn't quite read that one, and then Northwood just jumps right on it. They have so much faith in each other, and sometimes it can be your downfall if you have too much trust. You're able to dive in on stuff that you think someone has, but when they are clicking, Northwood is so difficult to defend against because of situations like that last goal. Creams, not like this. I'm trying to talk about your strategy. In reality, you're just hard reading.
Yeah, exactly. You can talk about all the technical prowess you want, but nothing beats a battering ram. No one was back to take that in there, and now that's 3 goals up, 3 goals unanswered.
Rare miss there from Relating Wave, trying to get that quick flick, trying to side flip it just to keep it a little bit lower so he could maybe play for a second touch. Nothing comes in, and from bad to worse for Maryville. Weirdly enough, if you have any situation which you want to fall behind, at least you'd get those goals out of the way early so you can mount a comeback potentially in the final 2 minutes already in the CRL Open. We had a 4-goal comeback a little bit off stream, so really anything is possible, but it's one thing to do it against a random team in the middle of the bracket. It's a whole other thing to do it against a team that has been to the mountaintop so many times. Also because of plays like that, Creams expertly cuts in front.
Yeah, it makes you wonder about the idea of a double elimination tournament. Northwood knowing they don't have any more lives left, so to speak, and the pedigree, maybe that's a little bit of an edge they need right now, because if this were to hold, they will be one more game ahead, close enough to that bracket reset.
And again, just as a reminder, this is a situation which Maryville wins, and it is all over in the series. Northwood has to win twice, and for them, they have to be feeling somewhat confident, at least in games like this. Some of them might get away from them, but for the most part, it has been close. It's really the first time where I feel like this game has really gotten off the rails for Maryville, despite, again, tying in shots with Northwood, just one side far more efficient.
Yeah, the efficiency is going to be the B or C storyline here, because you can have all the opportunities in the world, but if you can't slot them in when need be, that may be the difference between wins, losses, and bracket resets. And I don't want to say doom and gloom, we don't want to cast a curse anybody, but something has to fundamentally change in that Maryville attack.
Greens at this point is doing some good old-fashioned stat padding, because I don't really think it's going to dictate too much about how this one is going to end up, but I would know if Maryville would love to have some momentum going into the next game. I don't even think they're going to get it here. All of the players are rotating back, and now trying to use that boost they've gathered. Hockey perfectly read. Speed tries to get the pass middle, and like most other things by Maryville, it's just not really working out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see something like this, and I would say, well, some things that worked for you is being your aggressive nature, but you can't win if you don't score. And I'm not saying you're quite at series point right now, but something does have to be used differently or executed differently in the next one.
Northwood will be able to finally tap this one down and bring this segment of the series to a close, as we'll be able to have another victory, an important one for them, as they will be able to take the lead in the series halfway to their first of two required to be able to take this grand finals. And it's a really streaky series, it feels like. There's some games where it's back and forth, but Northwood, they creak open that door a little bit. You give them that inch and they just blow right through you.
Yeah, Creams will get the credit for having the Hattie, but Hockey has been an absolute goon, right? Just stopping in front of people's offensive runs, dropping the bumps and demos when needed, really putting Maryville in that confusion, frustration mode. That right there will get you the Novanta medal if that was actually something of value.
I mean, maybe it'll pop up in the future. That's going to be a future game update.
It should, yeah.
Yeah, it's something. It's hard to measure at times, so maybe we just have to talk to the dev team, and they can figure that out, because I would love some more Devonta medals across area, or at least some more goal medals coming through from both sides. A shutout from Maryville, kind of frustrating situation, especially because if you're in the game and you lose, at least if you're putting on shots and putting on good offense, I think you're starting to cook. You're starting to have more confidence in what you're trying to enable, but this was the rare moment where they didn't really have any answer to it. For Northwood, I think that's exactly what they're looking for. They get back into the rhythm and say, all right, now we just have to replicate this one. We're not being able to fool around anymore. We know what we have to expect, and also respect coming out from our opponents. We just have to try and emulate that again as we head over to Utopia in the dusk.
Yeah, you know, I said it about a game ago about taking it one game at a time, but I also know if you're in the lower bracket, there's a little bit of that edging your shoulder, chipping your shoulder to say 6 more, 5 more, 4 more. I think Northwood Blue is rocking on that level right now.
5 minutes back on the clock, trying to reset everything is Maryville, and sometimes it does feel like you're trying to solve a different equation every single time. Northwood always seems to have the answer to any team that they play. And Relating Wave seemingly going through that gambit and finding the correct save near post, being able to deprive Zanil of a banger right in the top corner.
Yeah, that banger would have said a lot about what this game was going to be. Angles wouldn't work out for them that time, but if you're in Maryville, I would say this is a problem we saw that last game, just giving up on that third line defense.
And keeping things awkward as well for Maryville. I like that hold up from Relating Wave, being able to pop that up. Knight got the temporary suspension. It's why he's all the way back now, and apparently now in the scrap heap. Creams open air dribble, trying to bait in Relating Wave, and he will take that bait and rip it right off the hook.
Yeah, I like taking bait. Why not? Just because I know what your plan is, I go for it. Doesn't mean you won, right? So the idea is now, can I have that brute force to really take your idea and say, to heck with it. What a shot on frames, cleared away by Creams. And again, no score here, about a minute to go. But as I say that, Creams goes coast to coast.
That's a rough one. It's almost like everybody's playing zone coverage, just trying to say, all right, I got the wall, I've got the dribble, and then say, hey, who has the back line? Creams, again, with that vision, he's always going to be able to find those shots. He looks up and realizes, I don't know why these two players are in front of me and not challenging, but you're going to have to be, I would say, punished for that type of behavior, because ultimately it's never going to end well for you. Same if Hockey couldn't get to this one, but of course, he's able to get just a little bit of a bumper.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I understand the man or car-to-car versus zone defense if you're going to use that thing from football, but there's always should be somebody on that back line, that back third, to really push up the line if need be. Didn't happen there. Complete defensive breakdown. Something you don't want so deep in a series, but this is why that Northwood, as good as they are, find a way to capitalize.
Very much in the territory of what feels like a freebie goal, and that's something that is painful to ever give up in any situation, much less a grand final. Knight trying to make amends, but that was not going to go in, so therefore the Relating Wave trying to find a creative pass with 3 players on Northwood's goal line. Speed decides playing the clear, and now playing the backboard again is going to be his role. Hockey policing that one, actually. Almost got the deflection middle as Relating Wave just desperately trying to stay in front.
Yeah, Relating Wave with the full stretch probably wasn't the best defensive option, and that could have been an own goal for the ages, but thankfully they cleared that out. But I understand, sometimes you realize, look, we got to go the full stretch to get that clear to give it the chance to score, but almost scoring on your own goal isn't the plan A they thought it would.
Neil, a rare skim by. And same with hockey. That might have been on purpose to slow things down, but we'll never really know as we talk to these players potentially in an interview in the future. But never mind that. A rare miss is going to be calculated or not. Now it's up to actual getting back to the basics, trying to actually fake in a player if you're speed and maybe get the foul 50. No boost, but none needed. Everyone's going to be backing up and then try to pre-jump Zanil. Not going to quite reach it, so Zanil keeps on carrying it, but I like the courage being shown by Maryville to try to address these early challenges.
Yeah, shouts of courage, right? Because I don't play with courage at all. I just go for the long bomb and boom, and this is why I'm Diamond 2. But that's besides the point there, Taco. Sometimes you really got to be bold for a chance to put something on the frame, and that could have been on the frame, but it's cleared away again by Zanil.
One of those moments where you just got to start hanging your head after every single shot. How is it not in yet? Zanil, another glorious goal line save. Even in the ones that eventually go in, it seems like he has a hand in at least getting near them every time Maryville approaches the goal. Although there's no designated goalies in Rocket League, it's good to know Northwood has a quality one in Zanil.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, you got the series momentum and you have the lead. Why not wait till the balls come to you quite like that? Scoreline is now double. Creams makes it 2-0.
Or relating wave, he was playing for the pace, trying to beat out Zanil on this one, playing for a 50 if anything, but that is exactly why sometimes you have to slow down to take those 50s, because if you play for a super hard read into the corner and it just gets deflected clear by you, it's going to be a perfect pass in for Creams, and that speed is going to be way too fast for any defender to deal with. 2-0, potentially the game to put Northwood on to match point in the first of two series required to win this grand finals, and this is where cruise control Northwood really starts to rear its head and be a frightening sight.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. How many times have we said Creams have surpassed the defense and they're last man back after splitting one or two defenders? I mean, that is something that teams really struggle to have an answer for. We thought Maryville did this first go around, but as this first series goes down, the grand finals, it looks like that's not the case.
I was really about to ready up my notes and say, well, okay, there's at least one back, but no, it's going to be dunked down into the bar, saved away, and then they're just going to have to try to do something nutty. How about a double tap, relating wave, giving some faith to the Maryville people in chat?
Yeah, sometimes you got to step behind the piano and let know people what you're all about. Relating waves really being the garbage man. That second or third option decides to come on up and split this lead in half is very critical for them.
My goodness, I'm glad they got at least something. At a certain point, it's comedic, but then after a while, it just starts to be devastating when you can't quite find the read, but he can generate a triple commit speed right into Zanil as usual. Again, the goalkeeper role fitting him nicely, but now his other teammates need to step up as well because you need to stop Knight. Deflection right to speed, open on the backboard, except for Hockey, expertly escorted to the corner to be able to potentially close this game out.
Yeah, final moments here. You got to play keep away. Why not have that ball on the air, put it on the ground for as long as you can?
Relating wave going to be able to get that 50, which does keep everything alive. Speed, pass middle, high lob. That's over Hockey, but it's not past Neil. Going to get the clear. Knight trying to speed flip as fast as possible, but it will still bounce. Northwood taking yet another.
So, before we went into this, we said, look, with bracket resets, Northwood Blue has to win 2. If you're thinking about us game per game, that's only 5 games. Magic number is now 5. I do think it's doable because the way they're playing, it's just been exponentially greater as the series has rolled on.
And I have to say, the one thing I keep saying about Maryville is you're giving free goals. Look at the saves on Northwood, or at least hopefully you got them. If your vision wasn't that quick or you're still scanning, that is 10 saves in total from Northwood Blue. They were under pressure compared to the 2 from Maryville. But when you're giving up 2 goals and you're not saving them, it means they're wide open. It means you're giving up open looks. And that's where I feel like if Maryville can just address that, everything is rosy, I think, for them. The play style is working, albeit some awkward finishing. But other than that, I think they just need to take a deep breath and get back to basics.
Absolutely. Call that slot machine pressure, right? You kind of think that you're going to hit that jackpot. It doesn't happen, and then it opens you up for the counterattack. Northwood Blue has been a wall on defense, and so if you're not scoring the way you want to, you got to think of something else and not wait for that ball to go the other way.
Yeah, particularly tilting are those types of series where it feels like you're doing everything humanly possible, but you're playing against an inhumanly talented team. Northwood is the Kings of CRL for a reason. They win a majority of events because they are simply that good. They are so difficult to break down, even when it feels like you have them on the rope. I mean, count the number of goal line saves, pre-jump saves coming in throughout this series alone, but we can make a whole highlight reel about their defense. It's the offense that obviously wins them the games, outscoring Maryville. They're going to need to find that fire in the pit of their stomachs to be able to propel them forward. Potentially, we can go underwater to Aquadome for our first game 5 here on the new map rotation.
Yeah, you know, really, the Aquadome combat story has to be studied, right? I thought it was like not going to be used ever again, and then bang, add some grass, and it's back in the rotation.
And that's really all. That's all people really say. The players yearn for the grass fields, even when it's in, I guess, a terrarium.
Right, absolutely. Again, Farmstead Knight over everyone. So anyway, 30 seconds elapsed here, still no score, and now the pressure really is on Maryville to make sure they can force themselves a game 6, because they are at, or I should say, Northwood Blue is at Survey's point, and so really they have the high ground.
Cream's going to send that one deep. Knight with a brilliant catch. We should be able to get that one over to the ceiling as he tries to get the reset. Luckily, Relating Wave is in comms, able to get that boost steal and potentially move on forward, but very wide rotations means Speed and Knight not able to get to it, which means Cream's just gonna mosey on down the sideline again.
Yeah, the wide rotation is really giving me a bit of pause. I'm not sure what the idea is that for. Is it really just to see or really slow down some shooting lanes? But I'm not sure if that's effective if the person with the ball has, what, a whole third unbothered before they decide to shoot?
It's difficult to be able to keep pressure all the time, but really that's what separates the very best from the pretty good, when you really are able to lock in, keep someone near the ball, someone back to defend, always fueling up, grabbing pads, staying relevant to the play. And Maryville is among the very best at that. When you're playing against Northwood, I think they're starting to get in their own heads. They're using a lot of boost. It's a very difficult team to keep up with unless you are all rotating, taking turns, and making sure you're fueling up. Maybe some demos could help, as that's going to be Cream's out of the way. Passed down by Speed. Thought maybe it was looking for Relating Wave, but he decided to turn back instead.
Yeah, I gotta say, the Bruce starting strategy from Northwood Blue is something we don't really talk about enough here at the college level, because hey, you look at how fast Maryville was in other tournaments and other matchups, you don't really see that kind of speed here this go-around. They won that first series early today in a bit of a slog, and this one here has pretty much exposed them as far as their lack of scoring prowess here as of this juncture.
The pass was there, but I just feel like the comms are a little bit off, and don't tell me this is another open net. Zanil this time is going to be able to collect, but it's everybody in Maryville just slowly chasing it across and leaving the backside open.
This is kind of the passes you dream about in Rocket League, getting one right up there slotted towards you, just one tap in, you get the credit and less effort. Give me more of those. Northwood once again out in front.
And that's just pain for Maryville. How many times have they been burnt by that? Not even off the kickoff, they can get some relaxation. That's Hockey top shelving it on no boost right at halftime. And this is where I suppose, you dig deep, but I don't know how much deeper they can dig. It feels like Maryville just has no answers.
Yeah, absolutely. When you have a goal scored, it is super imperative to score your goals in bunches to put that psychological pressure on a team that's already struggling. Maryville looked like the stronger team going into this, but right now they are fighting from underneath.
So Knight, maybe trying to inspire something. Thing is, he can do so much with 100. He can do only so much with about 50. That's where Speed maybe can take over, get some awkward 50s, maybe getting a dunk there, and there we go. Knight sees an opening, and he will take it.
How important is this for the morale of your squad to say, we are not done yet? Right. This one here is a little bit of traffic, but Knight just a barrel roll, maybe kind of on faith. Doesn't matter. It's effective.
Incredibly well done by Speed, and again, just a low boost play. It's a couple times now that we have seen a player be able to step up throughout our broadcast and be able to provide something beautiful for the next player in rotation, and also showing just the lack of solo play that we've really had, except for maybe a cross-field dunk off the near side. Relating Wave still being kept mostly off the scoring sheet, and not by lack of effort. Maybe it's going to be Speed that can make up for it, but it can't get through the mess of bodies in the way.
Man, Speed had the shot dead to rights, but it was cleared away by just the sheer number of traffic right there. That could have been a whole different wrinkle in this one here, Taco.
Relating Wave does get an early flick, not able to take out Creams, which means from the ceiling he'll go. Same with Knight, being able to man mark that one fairly well with no boost. He'll play for a 50. Hockey knew, and he'll fake challenge. Nobody up from Northwood, but they're all fueled up. Both Creams and Zanil chilling at 100 boost, not using anything until they absolutely have to, and therefore the first wave doesn't get it. Creams does in the second as it goes to the far side.
Now, it's one of the situations that if you're Northwood Blue, you know you can slow down the games as slow as you want to because it'd be Maryville with the pressure to score. But you know what? Going as fast as possible to put the hammer down, that's also important.
The odds of this one, it's so tough. Speed, you have to jump on that one mainly because as soon as one person jumps off, that's the one who's going to be able to win that challenge if they're both flush to the wall. And Northwood knew that one. They're just trying to get in the way, but they're going to get rewarded with yet another relative free goal as it just kind of dances past everyone on Maryville, goes into the open net. And if that was already something that you can get tilted on, it's a whole other thing to know that that might have cost you this first series, one of your 2 lives you have in the upper bracket on this grand final if you're Maryville.
Kind of tickles me that Hockey got the assist credit on that one. It was
so much.
almost not even involved in the decision. But as it stands right there, Taco, can you believe that, though? Because, again, the way Maryville won earlier today, I thought this might be just a one go. But Northwood was on that lower bracket revenge tour. They've shown how crisp they can. They said, don't forget about us. And it looks like, barring a miracle, that they're going to walk away with a chance to get this open number 1 in their favor.
That's the biggest thing that I feel like about Northwood is when I look back at that last series, I was thinking to myself, yeah, Northwood wasn't playing what I know they could, but part of it was because they were forced into just awkward situations. They were being outplayed by Maryville, but this time around, it is an entirely different story, but one that ultimately may have a familiar ending. Northwood needed a win to force a bracket reset, and therefore we do have to turn this bracket upside down. We have to reset everything and play it again one more time.
Northwood's playing on hard mode, but it worked out for them. They get the dub, and you're right, bracket reset city.
It's such a difficult task for Maryville because, you know, when you go into this one, it's kind of like the scenarios where you're being reverse swept almost, where you're saying, okay, we got plenty of room. Okay, we're losing a couple games, but that's fine. We have plenty of room. Oh, well, now we're on the border. Oh, that's going to be tough. And now that they know it has to come down to one more series, that's one thing. But to lose this one 4-1, statement from Northwood showing it's not going to be this easy around, and certainly you're going to have to clean things up. I think this break between series will do them very well.
Yeah, I know a lot of people will say, hey, look, it was the layoff or what Northwood has been on another level, but ultimately you are responsible for yourself and your team. There were some breakdowns, especially in the passing game. Northwood took advantage of those. You had some time to warm up. Didn't work out for you. Take this break and find a way to reset for next one.
And so I think you and I also have to reset to a certain extent because that took a lot out of me, at least to be able to cast. I was in disbelief at times and shocked at others, but maybe not everyone on the desk is. Seb and Chicks, I'm sure you have plenty of thoughts about that one.
What a just complete coin flip that we've seen from this Northwood roster, especially going against Maryville. I don't know, maybe Maryville got iced a little bit. Maybe they weren't sure how to handle the pressure, but either way, Northwood is on the warpath. And when Northwood is on a warpath in a best of 7 series, that is a scary animal to be in front of. That being said, we still have a full best of 7 to play ahead of us. Full bracket reset. To those of you who are not familiar, because this is a double elimination bracket, you essentially get 2 lives. If you lose your winner's match, you move down to the lower end of the bracket where essentially you are on your last life. In this case, Maryville went ahead, lost, and now they're on their last life, and they're both Northwood and Maryville are on equal footing. Incredible scenes across the board for Northwood. Checks up.
I mean, Northwood was just unstoppable. It seemed like every move they made was with such ease. So many opportunities they had were just clear-cut, quick transitions that nobody was back in net to even defend. They won the pinch plays. They just continued to win, and they denied. Even when Maryville got interesting with it, time and time again, each and every save we've seen in these highlights, they were just able to deny. So Maryville didn't have the answer to get past Northwood, and Northwood always found a way to score in accession, more than what we've seen today. But normally it's been really difficult to even get a single goal in these series.
I mean, yeah, we were talking about it even before, where it's just like Northwood just weren't playing like themselves. They didn't look comfortable. They were a bit slow to the ball. The rotations were a bit wide, and just there was a lot of confusion on the pitch, and it really came through in the first set against Maryville. But that being said, I mean, to go from what was just a complete sweep on the Maryville side, Taco, all the way over to what is a pretty dominant, like 4-1 finish for at least our first series, that I don't think anyone was expecting that result.
I think plenty of people probably were when they're considering, well, it's Northwood at the end of the day.
Well,
They
yeah,
just kind of
okay.
believe in them.
Inevitable aside, I mean, it's just.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing to say, because it is hypothetical of saying, well, if you get swept, then how are you going to be able to improve from that? To be able to basically turn it around, yes, Maryville gets a game, but it did feel at times like there was levels to this. The amount of open nets that were rolling in, the amount of clear counters, that did not even exist. Even on the Northwood side, for the most part, against them in Maryville's upper bracket game that they were playing against, it's just too many wide open goals. Some people can say, yeah, Maryville did come in a little cold. Northwood just finished their series, quick break, and then play again. Who knows? But it's not like Maryville's sitting around. They're scrimming, they're in rank, they're in free play, they're keeping themselves warm. So I don't like to use those types of excuses. I think straight up, they just lost the mental battle at times. They were sending the ball too far. They were chasing some reads they shouldn't. And ultimately, all those are going to go in the back of your net, because Northwood's going to see those open nets and take them every time.
Well, listen, we're not done just yet. We're going to take a short break as the players cool off. But coming up next, it will be the bracket reset for the grand finals here for our first open of the CRL Fall 2024. We'll be right back.
racing, I used to making sense of who I was. And when the opens, I dance with demons until the sun comes on. On the outside, I seem like it's all my way of having fun, thinking this is just your backseat. I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. Judgment is next to nothing. It made me realize instead of finding something, I'm pushing buttons like it's my state of mind. All you're hearing are my lame excuses. Got every reason why. Thinking how you want me in your life. Yeah, it's not my night. Up in your backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. It's not my night. I'm in the backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try? It's not my night. In your backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you got it? You say I'm dramatic and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. Why do I even try to think that you got it? You say I'm dramatic and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight.
Let's move those feet.
Welcome back, everyone, to Collegiate Rocket League. First bracket, or first grand finals match is done. Now we have a grand finals bracket reset. A very rare opportunity to actually see this with a full best of 7 bracket reset. It is incredibly exciting. Northwood taking it to Maryville in a 4-1 score line. And now with the bracket reset, we have an updated bracket. Of course, we've seen how everything has turned out thus far, but Northwood at the top there, taking the first series. And now that Maryville is collectively in losers alongside Northwood Blue, that means we have one more best of 7 to go. And Taco, I talked about it previously just in terms of what a coin flip I think Northwood has, really come, especially as they've progressed through this bracket, through taking down Fisher, now through Northwood. But this just feels like the Northwood that we should be seeing.
It's not only just the Northwood we should be seeing, but it's also a familiar sight, unfortunately, from Maryville. It's a team that is way too in their head, in my mind. They are looking at this gameplay. They're playing it fairly even, but then there's just the occasional moment where completely absent in that upper final where you'll have a player cut across field. That's fine, but then the player behind will also challenge, and then both of them get beat. It's a wide open goal. That's fine. Okay, another play. Okay, we're going to bite really hard on the third man, but we're nowhere close. Tapped over, another open net. Kickoff, they go too wide. They don't rotate back to goal. And that's an open net. It's just too many easy goals. If you're playing Northwood, you need to make sure they are flip resetting on your head or nothing.
And Chicksa, I'm looking at this, and this is kind of the flip side of what we saw from Summer Series Final. Knight has been in this position before, where beforehand, he was the one coming from losers, ended up going unfortunately falling to Northwood in that sense as well. But Northwood is the team coming from losers, gunning for Maryville's title, and now it's just pretty much all on Maryville to see if they can put Northwood away.
Yeah, Maryville should have been feeling confident going into this series. Yes, we could say they were a little cold maybe, but they had the opportunity to watch Northwood and really see how they play against a difficult opponent. And we just haven't seen answers for the type of play style that Northwood likes to play. You've watched them before. We all know them so well. Why you haven't figured out on the field how to adapt and play against Northwood is what really surprises me. You know what worked. You already beat them once. Why not beat them again? And it can't be the gap of the scoreline. You can't lose confidence now. Maybe you could call that series a wash, learn from it what you can, but it's important that you get your head in the game for this best of 7. It's your last opportunity to upset that dynasty that most of us said today, oh, of course they were going to win. They lost, and we started questioning. Really, make us question more.
Well, Navata, I'm looking at Creams in this because, yes, while Zanil, I think he's playing actually fantastically for Northwood right now. He is kind of not only just like the head of the leaderboard, but I think he's really pivotal to making a lot of Northwood's operations work. Creams is the newest member of this roster. I think he's had a really good time in slotting himself in, but how are we feeling generally in this series? Because although, he is, I would say, maybe not the best player, they're all kind of on equal footing. Cream still has to prove himself to some degree, even if it is his first CRL season.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't matter if it's your first CRL season or your 7th, right? You got to be able to produce for your squad night in, night out, semester in, semester out. And so, again, we talk about the theme this year is about the flashes of brilliance. Creams has been so good when certain kind of runs, but ultimately it's the consistency, doing it as many times as you can, that's going to make them between good, great, and elite. So I have faith in Creams, but I do think there's a long way to work there.
All right, well, our lobby is just about ready to go. I'm very curious as to where this goes because, again, Taco, we talked about how Maryville has been sort of in this situation previously where they've had to deal with Northwood in a best of 7 before, twice actually, in a single bracket. In that Summer Series bracket, obviously, this is a different team. This is a completely different environment, but it's going against that same team. These are Europeans that are coming in and really are experiencing all this for the first time, especially these best of 7 like double elimination brackets and having to do it against the best collegiate team that we currently have. I mean, as far as the pressure, like just describe it briefly, because again, there's no really comparison.
This is something that I talk to about a lot of players when we talk about how they play in CRL for the first time, or if they are playing from a high level, playing in bubble tournaments, playing at a lot of invitationals, even playing in pro play. They talk about playing for Collegiate and they're like, it's a different roster and it does hit you a little different. You get a little nervous because you're not sure how things are going to work out. You're playing against teams you've never scrimmed before sometimes. If you're a brand new addition into a roster, you've not been able to play in as many tournaments maybe as you want. So this is a moment where these players are familiar with playing in high stakes, but this is a situation where you haven't worked with this team for forever. These are fairly new rosters for both of these sides, and yet one side of them, it seemed like they were clicking at first. Now they're falling off. Northwood has assumedly figured out all their issues. They're just trying to win one more best of 7. So I think for Maryville, the biggest thing is taking a deep breath, get the oxygen in your brain, lower that heart rate, and just be able to take things one game at a time. You've already proven you can beat this team. You just have to do it one more series with an additional game win in the end.
So our lobby is just about ready. Northwood versus Maryville one more time. For the third time this evening, we will see who will come out on top. Remember, this is one small step to the journey that will be the CRL National Championship. Northwood versus Maryville. Bracket reset. Grand Finals. Let's go.
Well, so it was the first time we're going to do it again there, Taco Novantas, with you in the broadcast booth. It's going to be an absolute banger. The question is, who's going to bang first?
It's hard to tell because ultimately the biggest thing I saw out of Maryville is that they came into the series knowing that we were going playing a more warmed up, a more polished Northwood, but I don't think even they could anticipate just how difficult this team can be when everything goes their way, the 50s, the saves, breakaway counters. And so now I think Maryville will be focused on just building from the back, play stably, play confident, but most importantly, do not take any risks you don't have to, because we've already seen how that works on out. If you're gonna lose, you at least need to take it a little bit farther to game 5.
Look, I know this is kind of a thing that cats like to say over and over again about the idea of pressure, but I think both teams are feeling it. Northwood because of their legacy, Maryville because of their run earlier today, but ultimately in the bracket research situation, you got to give a bit of the edge to the team that forced that bracket reset. I'm looking at Northwood Blue to really show out here today. 30 seconds gone, no score.
However, that is going to be a bump by Relating Wave, which means Knight is going to hang in there and hold that flip. Nearly getting the dish past the defender, but of course, never that easy. Relating Wave off the backboard. Creams has that read and then some back to mid.
Well, a little bit of that comeback ping-ponging, using the walls of the event is something that really wasn't used as much. We can say that both teams are trying some of the new things in this go-round.
Hockey with a tap down. Knight will be able to roll that one at least far enough, beating out Zanil somewhat, as that will still deflect into the corner. Definitely the speed has not been let up by any member of the two teams. They're able to challenge immediately, and even when they do slow down, they want to move forward. They want to be able to push the pace and be able to really develop the situation in which one player, or really a set of players, is going to be able to play reactive and the other one proactive.
I gotta be honest with you, Taco. When you're in a situation where there is a bracket reset, how do you keep yourself warm? Do you do free play? Do you do just video? Like, how do you keep yourself frosty?
I feel like in the past, I coach teams at the collegiate level, and honestly, when they do get in situations where they do have to deal with something, we had a situation in which one such team had a bracket reset in their grand final, and I told them to get up and stand up and get around your room, stretch a little bit to shake it off, and then go back into free play, get yourself warm, because you're not really going to cool down too much, but at the very least you need to get away from the game, because nerves are going to wreck you, much like Zanil could wreck your back line if he made contact, but rare miss on that one, just completely miscalculates.
Yeah, absolutely. That could have been a critical first goal there for Northwood, but a little bit too much spice on the ball off the backboard, but hitting the post right there, doesn't really matter. Hockey cleans it up, and that's the first goal right here for a series.
These players can read all the angles the best, but this one always throws you a curveball. The post doesn't go in, it bounces out. Speed can't get it. Hockey makes sure that he can. Just before halftime of game number 1, Northwood apparently still cruising, keeping that streak of goals alive.
I gotta be honest with you, hitting the post the way it did, I thought it would be going the other way, right? Sailing into the corner, but as it went right down, right from the middle, it was easy pickings for Hockey. Hopefully, Lady Luck shines on them quite more as we're at the halftime point here in the first game, and Knight tried to do something in the lower 90, but it's knocked away.
Relating Wave going to take the first one. Creams with the flip reset engaged. He's not going to take the flip, but doesn't even matter. It's even better that he missed. Hockey able to get a fairly open shot to double up the lead.
Oh man, that ball was just into the middle. There was two options there. Hockey got there first and smartly did it near post. Having the full stretch for a car that already committed, that one there was going to be untouched. 2-0.
Speed able to get the easy enough kickoff. Problem is he does not get the read afterwards, skimming underneath it, meaning that all of Maryville's plans kind of laid out to waste here, and missed touches are forgivable, but as they build, it just kind of goes back to the situation that we've somewhat been worried about Maryville, maybe just running out of steam, it seems like, to be able to keep up with the pace of Northwood, just being able to play against a squad that is more or less just TSM and C9 in the previous seasons combined. It's a difficult task for any team, but you need to be able to stay razor sharp and, of course, finish those chances. So difficult when hockey blocks the only way through.
I think you said this in an earlier game where it's like if you took the name tags off of teams, you couldn't tell which one it is. If I was watching this not knowing which side was which, I would say, oh man, maybe Maryville is a little bit fatigued of playing so many rounds, but that's not them. It's actually Northwood, the one that's played more on-stream games today, but they look way more the sharper squad right now.
And that's the difficulty of being in the upper bracket. Some people say, well, you don't play as many games, you don't stay as warm, but I think Northwood certainly appreciated it based on how they're playing, especially now that they're cutting in front and coming in from the blind side. That hockey 50 yielded a somewhat awkward moment, but now it has gone from Knight to find a pass to nobody because they have been sent off the field. Another off-ball demo from Northwood to be able to throw a wrench into the well-laid plans of Maryville.
I gotta be honest, one of the few things I hate saying in the comms is, yeah, I've been bumped way away from the play. Sorry, guys, I was a sitting duck. But yeah, as we're talking about being able to get yourself some space, that's how it's done.
Speed able to hold that flip together. Leading Wave only be able to tap it high, but more or less a giveaway to Creams, who will get on that angle. Just off the near post is going to be forgivable somewhat from that angle, but you can tell Maryville every time they kind of clench up on their controllers, knowing that anytime you do give any of these players an angle, might as well be in. Zanil trying to show that accuracy, but they're trying to trip up that near post, but too much placement on that.
Yeah, not enough has been said about Creams and his angles. Not so much even making the angles, but determining this one is actually worth shooting on to really be that close. That is another level of education that a lot of Rocket League players don't even take the time to learn, and that's why Creams has been so critical for that team.
Hockey with a high lob. Speed is on top of it. He just needs a goal for his squad with some time remaining. Wide open for Knight, but he's got no boost. Accuracy's there. So is Creams. He's going to get a follow-up dunk as well. And that's an emphatic way to end this one. Northwood starting off the bracket reset in the lead of the series.
Wow, I thought that Maryville would have got one, but like Santa Claus does to me Christmas morning, denied. Here's your Cole, and that is a 2-0 scoreline for Northwood Blue. Again, another game with them pretty much unbothered here, Taco.
And being able to also get the streak of games in which they're holding their opponents scoreless up somewhat. That is nice to see from Northwood. It's not been every game, but there's been a decent number of them now. That shows that Northwood is content to be able to absorb pressure, which is an unusual playstyle. Typically, you don't want to be able to make those goal line saves, but more or less they are positioning themselves so that most of the options from Maryville are taken. Notice how many shots that if they are not flawlessly placed, they have no chance of getting through.
I love Northwood Blues almost like Anaconda type defense. What they do is they basically close down the space and they go, okay, we're gonna open up just a bit. We're gonna hang out by the goal. We're gonna give you a chance. Maryville takes the bait every time, and you see 3 cars out of nowhere clearing off balls off the net to go ahead for that offensive attack. It's actually a very small psychological play. There seems to be no antidote as it is right now, and it's worked out for them.
And part of it is just the trust in each other's rotation, but also the understanding that if they time their challenges correctly, you don't have to immediately jump for every single arrow. You're going to trust that Maryville is going to have to take it slow, play for a reset, understand that you're not going to be able to get past me unless you do something I'm not anticipating, or at the very least, have some sort of team play we don't see coming. And right now, it seems like Maryville keeps reaching into their bag of tricks, and Northwood saying, we wrote the playbook on that. You can't pull that on us. You have to do better, and that's exactly what the mission is in game number 2 of our bracket reset. Forbidden Temple could be the land in which Maryville actually has a comeback trail that they can blaze, but for right now, it's going to start off with some more Northwood pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. If I was a coach here of that Maryville side, I would say Knight play back and let Relating Wave be really more of that go-between two-way player just for now to give them a bit more confidence as well. To switch up the lineups here, because what you're doing is working to a point where you're not getting the balls past the net.
Relating Wave actually going to get past the first, but not the second. And we will be able to at least somewhat see some Maryville pressure. The problem is you only have so much boost to maintain that, and as well as all the demos continue to rein in. I would say on the whole, kind of a below average in terms of the car-on-car violence, and I think a lot of it is just because everybody's trying to focus so hard on playing for the 50s, slowing things down, try to play angles, and other times you are Zanil just winging it all the way through the back line. Creams shaking his head. How is this open?
Man's just advocating for car violence, but look at this one here. It was going to be a goal scored anyway, but Creams with the reverse goal with the extra bit of flair, and Northwood Blue finds a way to score again. Creams was unchecked, unmarked, unbothered, and now it's 1-0.
Have speed playing for the read. I like the fake there, but you need to throw something in for Hockey to be able to bite in for, and he kind of just waited for that read, knowing that regardless of where it was hit, his teammates do have that covered. Wave, gonna pop that one high. Speed might be able to have that one, but Creams, just so sneaky, like a robber, just sneaks on in, steals that one away with that light touch. And again, it's all the little things as well that are making Northwood so good right now as they're taking away every single opportunity and taking most of them. That placement just about as well as you could put it. And yet Maryville gonna be able to survive at least one more attack.
This is why I think that this game, Rocket League, is such a psychological one. After being the victim of the bracket reset, the shooting accuracy has taken a dip, but even shots on frame are getting knocked away to the point where you're thinking, like, if you're Maryville, what do you have to do? And problems are compounding. The goals per game have taken a dive, and that's no coincidence.
The Lightning Wave will be able to potentially get that dunk, but it will be circumvented by Northwood, which is why Knight is trying to move it forward and trying so many different things, and yet it just seems like it comes down to how much they actually want to dive on through, because it seems like Northwood is rotating superbly, everyone covering everyone, and also the boost preservation's great. Creams has barely used anything, same with Zanil. It's why he's able to beat out that aerial.
Yeah, you beat it out there. Maybe you could do a couple more to really put your dominance in the skies. I do think one of the telltale signs of a team being beat is when they don't even challenge you when you're in the air, and I think Zanil's close to that situation right now.
Speed, that's an excellent 50. Relating Wave should have an open shot, and indeed he will be able to convert. That's the 50 I'm looking for. Don't try to be able to go around the player, just go through it.
You know what? I like myself a good old tie breaker, or tie starter, equalizer, whatever you want to call it there. I want to make sure Maryville is still in the contest. That's how it's done, with a goal that's really emphatic and kind of out of the playbook from Northwood.
And it's something that I've really been looking for out of Maryville. Of course, the other one is making sure you don't give up anything off of kickoff. Getting a little bit scary, trying to pull my collar, trying to cool off there as Maryville playing it fast and loose at times with some of those cheat ups, but either way, they can take a deep breath and then build from the back with a powerful flick. Hockey should be able to get this one again, but Cream's not really able to provide any support, so Hockey will just do it all himself. Nice little bump to be able to keep the attack alive for now.
Yeah, we're talking about how good these teams are in their formations and rotations, but every once in a while there's an absolute dog pile, especially in the corners. That's kind of fun if you love that slugfest style Rocket League.
Lightning Wave trying to find Knight, but the timing is off, which is why it's going to come right back to Wave. Actually on a bounce down. He wasn't careful. That could have been Creams for another goal, but instead, rare miscommunication means Zanil does the smart play, plays it all the way back. Knight pre-jumps it. Zanil saw it coming. Relating Wave gets a deflection. Now Speed has good hope that demo update helps him on the recovery. He's needed on the near post. Knight diving in. The only reason that's not a goal.
I gotta be honest with you there, Taka. I've been honest with you all day, but just a little bit more emphasis on this one. I thought that was kind of a slow idea to go all the way back, but it really gave Zanil an opportunity to find the go-ahead goal. Didn't work out for them, but that was a creative play. That was awesome.
Relating Wave, wonderful speed. Knight should be able to get on this one. He's trying to play for the Soul 15. Hits Zanil. Almost like a wall there. That's a player that plays a lot of 2v2. He's familiar in that scenario, not giving up too much room, allowing his teammates to catch on up to him. And now everyone else has to play catch up to this one on the defense, because Maryville has forced Hockey to use the rest of his boost. That's another giveaway by Zanil. Relating Wave off the ceiling with a reset, a light one, but light enough to cause some commotion. Hockey's trying to get around this clear, and he can only get it so far to Zanil.
Gotta be a bully when you need to be. You gotta be technically proficient when it calls for that. It's still anyone's game here. What it would mean for Northwood to get that second game in, to exert a little bit of psychological dominance, is really, really important for them. So you see a bit of an urgency we haven't seen the top half of this one.
Bounce down, Relating Wave backwards on this one, playing for a 50. That should be wide open for Speed. One more chance potentially by Maryville. Will not see any contact in the corner. Zanil has that double. Knight knows it. That's why he's slowing it down. If he throws it high, it's right into the jaws of Zanil to swallow up. So, therefore, not trying to take that risk. They're just going to bump him out of the way. Overtime for Maryville, an attempt to tie this up.
Hey, if you like car violence, that was a great way to end that one. But we said this before, when it comes to overtime, it kind of suits the team that's fighting underneath. It's Maryville's game to win. And that was a shot on frame knocked away by Hockey.
Is lacking the power, but at times just trying to get to the initial read, like Speed right here on the pre-jump. Not going to dust out Hockey. Not only that, but he gets the first touch, putting Knight in an awkward position. No boost, but Creams is left alone. He's going to get that mid boost and the 50, which means Speed, I thought, was on his horse. He turns too slowly, and he can't cap that one forward.
Bailed out by the boost. I bet if there was a boost situation before they landed, that would have been a different path, but had to stop down, get that mid boost, and that was just the stop they needed to end that offensive run.
Comms are needed there for Maryville, and good job by Relating Wave and Knight not to cross each other too much. Panic on that clear. Now they're able to relock in and let Speed potentially take that around multiple players. Knight trying to cut in the rotation. He does get that one off. Creams, no boost, trying to slow things down. Relating Wave has all of the boost, trying to scoop it across. That's wide open to Speed. That's a Maryville dub.
There was something not nearly as clinical as that one all day. Taking it around the horn, showed up on a silver platter. 2-1 there for Maryville.
I'm just going to say it, when you play like that, like Relating Wave, using all that boost, waiting for people to flail in front of you, you can make some great plays. Essentially unsavable if you're on the near post for Northwood Blue. Nice job by Speed to make sure he is there for the immediate crash just in case. And that's more like it from Maryville. Certainly something to give wind in their sails.
Yeah, you know, that overtime is always a tricky thing. I always feel that teams that are the favored ones struggle in that overtime period. Maryville really that sense of urgency, put it on its head, and served up an absolute dime to make sure they're not going to be swept in this one.
And that's two goals that are well formulated from Maryville. It's taking good 50s and trusting each other to be able to dive in for the crash. And those are both of the goals, more or less, coming in by Maryville, being able to stay close to the ball, play one-on-one issues, and kind of break Northwood down one by one. If you kind of just keep throwing it onto the backboard, yeah, it keeps the defense honest. It forces them to make those awkward clears. But for the most part, when Northwood does have to play that micro game, it's not necessarily foolproof. They have shown moments where they're not able to deal with it. I think Maryville, if they can capture that again, should be able to pull the relative upset over Northwood yet again. But I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. We have played a lot of best of fives. This is essentially now a new best of five, this time for all the marbles.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right about Northwood. They're really a good and effective sledgehammer, but this one here was kind of a small situation, a technical mistake, a mental error, and they got Maryville on the board. Can they replicate that? It's a question I have as we roll on to the next round.
And this is going to be really a question of how well you actually know your opponents, because oftentimes people focus on the mechanics of Rocket League. Obviously, there's a lot of teamwork required, and I often try to compare this to chess at times. It's about predicting what your opponent's going to do and reacting to it with a lot of venom. Speaking of Speed, almost ripped the covering off the ball with that shot.
Yeah, 83 miles per hour. It felt a lot further than that. It went towards the net. It was too fast a reaction to clear away, and Maryville gets on the board.
And talk about a way to be able to get you hype in the comms. That's something that'll wake you up better than any caffeine. Speed getting right back to it again with a pass down this time, or so I thought. Maybe a self-pass, because he's going to crash the boards on Creams, who will be able to get past one, but not past Knight. Wise to his trickery on that air dribble.
Yeah, I love a little bit of the air dribble action. I said for a lot of rounds before to keep it down to the ground game. We did that for a bit. Now it's time to switch that up, reintroduce using the vertical aspect, if you will. And we're seeing a lot more of that now. But the question I have is who's able to knock up or link up with their teammates in that mid-pitch? That would be the secret sauce.
Well, Maryville's not quite back at peak potential. I know Knight can place that a little bit better, and that's one of those moments where it's not going to go your way, but the same can be said for Hockey. That shot's not even in the zip code of either post, and that was a wide open chance now both sides have said no to.
Yeah, I think no one saw that one coming. Everyone was out of position after that one, but a bit of Hockey had other opportunity. Just a little bit of a half-second of composure. They'll even put something closer on frame.
Relating Wave, waiting for that 50. Zanil, he has no patience for that. He's just going to challenge early and be able to then mount something up until they let the clear go down. Creams plays for possession, but that's why Wave is already there. Gets more of the man than the ball. That opens things up for Speed around the edge. Zanil turns around on a dime, gets there just in the moment where he is needed. Maryville, try as they might, trying to break through that final tier. Speed, double tap, gets the 50, back post Knight again. Who has the boost? It has to be Wave. Pass potential, he chooses it to Knight. Speed, what a play by Maryville!
Wow, I'm not sure which one will get the most praise, the boost management, the positioning, or the different variety of shot selection. Speed gets the credit for the goal, but that was a team effort if there ever was one.
And I love that decision by Knight because that pass is a good idea by Relating Wave, but it's really far ahead of him. Knight's not going to be able to get past near post, so why not just hit it off that near post directly into the middle where both defenders are at least expecting it. And that's going to be a well-worked goal. This is the Maryville. I feel like if they use their creativity in unique ways, you don't have to go through the defense. Sometimes just find a creative way to just go to their sides.
Yeah, this is one thing that Northwood Blue did not want, and that's to put Maryville back into the game. You did all that extra work, forcing the bracket reset, and now it just seems after that first game, it's been all Maryville.
Hockey trying to find Creams, 4 bodies around that one. Luckily, Speed is a very large body in that regard because he's going to deflect that one out into the middle. There was a pass potential, but same could be said about Maryville up until yet another demo comes in from the midfield. Not the first time, certainly not the last. Northwood's going to try that one. Zanil saw Speed's shot earlier, said, hey, how about this one?
Oh man, talking about clinical plays, using the Z passes. You don't see that too often, especially the runner 3v3 Rocket League, but that right there was great. I want more of that, please. 2-1.
And that's just a lightning quick pass, but I like Zanil not overcomplicating it. A lesser player might have tried to slow that one down, maybe play it on a solo, but other times you just gotta rip one top shelf and hope the defender has worse reactions than you. Passing into Knight, there was just no more room on that near post.
Yeah, imagine that, doing all that work and you just got stopped by the woodwork, but Cream's a bicycle kick. Gotta give him props for that, for being able to have the reaction time, even though it really wasn't needed.
Speed has the avenue of escape down with Relating Wave in pursuit. A 50 is going to bounce Hockey to the ceiling. Knight from an angle. Nice 50, slowing things down enough for Relating Wave. Look at the cut all the way across. They want to keep this pressure, trying to make Northwood panic as they throw it left and right. Which is exactly what they do. Knight's going to leave it to Speed. Flip reset engaged. Another 50 down for Wave. Taking it to the ceiling. Zanil, he's late to the challenge. He's going to get there in time, but the shot still comes in well wide. Knight's going to leave it for Speed, and Maryville has the rotation on lock.
Wow, you beat the defenders, but then didn't have the ball on target. You don't get giant chances quite like that. You have to have it on point, or else you be asking what could have been.
Looking like almost night and day, Novanta. I swear we didn't take any extended break between games, but Maryville looking like a renewed team. They're rotating much more calmly. They're not chasing any reads, and most importantly, I don't see any of them diving at the ball collectively. There's no panic in the rotations. I don't know what the comms are like. For all I know, it's just overlapping screaming, but I'd like to think they're handling everything pretty well, especially there as Speed watches as Hockey hits that one well wide yet again.
I think leads changed that. I know they won the last game in overtime, but this is actually the first functional lead they had all series. It does feel like a different team when you have that time to say, look, we don't have to come back, we don't have to equalize, we don't have to make things level. We have the higher ground. Maybe we can take an extra moment or time to really see what works out for us.
Speed doesn't chase, waits for the pop from Hockey. Doesn't unfortunately find his man, so therefore Hockey has his own plays to be able to made. Bump on the near post, still not being able to navigate its way through. That is on target from Relating Wave, yet he catches up to it from behind, using every ounce of boost to be able to make that stand and keep this lead with 20 to go.
Yeah, that was definitely a full stretch. I know you had that finger down that boost button saying, give me everything. I don't care if I'm supersonic. Make sure I'm there in time.
Maryville with the chance to get a rare lead in the series against Northwood here. They just have to survive one more time, but that's a double demo. Hockey pickpocketed by Knight, but the clear is not in. No boost in 2/3 of Maryville. Hockey might know that. Speed still finds a way. Pass middle, Zanil, near post, Creams denied again! Maryville putting up a wall, brick by brick.
Oh my goodness, this is still up there. The ball is still live, an opportunity, and no, Maryville holds on by the skin of their teeth.
How do they get it to happen? And that's exactly what you have to do against Northwood. Many teams, I feel like, are just saying, hey, we're going to play prevent defense. You know, go deep, just cover everything obvious and go from there. But Maryville realizes they have to stay locked in because the bumps are coming in. A double demo to start off that first attacking foray was one thing, but to get the countless saves and deflections in front at 0 seconds, my goodness, the perseverance being shown by Maryville. We really do have a bracket reset series on our hands.
Absolutely. Game 3, the story about Game 3 happened at the end of Game 2 with that crisp pass to get that first win for Maryville in the overtime period. And all like that 60 seconds, it was a different team. One willing to wait to see what the defense is going to do and do countermeasures instead of coming from a place of panic. And it's paid off dividends as it is right now. 3 games are down. Maryville has the game advantage, and they're just 2 wins away of winning this series.
And being able to get that close is one thing, but I think Maryville understands that some bounces go left to right or a little bit differently. This is a very different game and therefore series because they had that break. And I think that's huge for the team just to be able to sit together. Coach Calix, former rostered member of this Maryville squad, originally brought over from Europe to be able to coach the Maryville squads. And he's got a really good one here, but he knows they didn't reach their potential. I feel like this time they got everything dialed in. That's exactly why you get the man into your university, get him into your program for moments like this, for grand final bracket resets like this. Utopia Dusk, a chance for Maryville to move on to championship point.
Yeah, this is really more than mechanics. This is more than rotations. It's about focus now. You have the high ground and you're still in the winner's bracket. Can you win 2 more, or will Northwood find something else to counteract?
I like the creativity there from Maryville, just trying to get those light little touches, but you're going to have to do better than that to stop Maryville because Knight is getting creative. So's Relating Wave, sitting there, hoping for a clear right to him. Almost got his wish.
Yeah, Knight has just been an absolute terror for any defender out there, because when you think you have the game already scouted, out comes more mechanics he didn't think was possible.
Pass down, Speed, looking for a light shot, maybe just to trip up Zanil. Knight with a half rotation wants to keep this one in the danger area. No double tap, a little bit too far to the back post. Not anything anybody can do with, but doesn't mean that it's over. Northwood still looking for a clear, and right now I think they'll take anything past the midfield, which will then be sent right back.
I got to give Northwood a lot of credit. A lot of teams with that kind of pressure would have folded as it is right now, but they haven't conceded quite as yet.
Speed, I think, would have benefited from a harder hit there to be able to get that one past that last defender, maybe facilitating Knight into the offense, but either way, it's still working for right now. Relating Wave has another boost steal in the corner. Creams and Zanil have absolutely nothing. Knight has more than enough, and that's why he's tucking it in the bottom 90.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there with Relating Wave, just being that goon, taking all that boost pads and pills. Gave it open for Knight with the extra bit of oomph to split the defense on the run. A lot harder than it looks.
Transformation continues from Maryville into a squad that can really stand toe-to-toe with the Titans of CRL, but one goal, of course, is usually not enough in games like this. It seems like there always seems to be some form of answer. At the very least, some heroics from Northwood. They've been kept somewhat quiet, almost eerily so. And you know what they say about the calm before the storm. Zanil from an angle, that could be open. Relating Wave shuts the door. Another save coming in using the frame.
Wow, Speed gets that epic save. It should be worth more points than that, because that was critical and a half. And you talk about the idea of a 1-goal lead and how it has happened, but it's super rare. I know it's about clock management in Rocket League, and there are some techniques to that, but it's so hard to have a lead so early and just expect your opponent not to come up with something else to make sure they get on the board. So props to them for holding out the pace, but you know it's not going to stay forever.
And even bump attempts from Northwood not exactly working. 2 players in the field for Maryville, and being able to make sure that ball does not cross the threshold. Making sure you make contact would go a long way, though. Speed luckily has someone to back him up, and now Knight has a pass down to Relating Wave. Fake attempt's not going in. Speed's trying to look for a bump of play to be able to get that shot through, but at the very least, maybe he can rescue it. Flip reset. Relating Wave, lack of comms. Not going to be able to get that handoff.
Yeah, I got swatted away, but I got to give all the credit to Speed, just being a field general, being able to stop the run of play and then put that ball in different directions. A lot harder it looks as well, but Speed's been making that look easy all series long.
Speed, I like that lob. It's just making sure Hockey has to reach back and get that awkward touch. Boost steal from Knight comes in, but doesn't get to possession. 50 on Hockey means Zanil is going to be up for this one with Knight, and Knight, with even less boost, will be able to call the bluff, hit that one into the ceiling. Speed gets that pre-jump and maybe a breakaway. Zanil's got absolutely nothing in the tank, but he has the positioning to get the first one, not the second. Speed underneath again.
Oh man, if there ever was a moral victory, you got to give it to the Zanil, to see it, to eye it, to judge it, and to clear it away. But you put yourself in the net. There was no chance for a second attempt, and that second scoring option was the difference. 2-0 Maryville.
And this is going to be something where you're going to have to blink and you miss it some games. You come in, see Northwood playing well. All right, seems like this series has kind of its pattern sketched out. You walk away for a little bit, grab a snack, come back, and suddenly Maryville not only was won a game, but really taking control of this one. They actually might get another if this bump goes through. Hockey is fast enough to jump over, but it doesn't mean anything about speed. Nobody marking him as he resets past one. Wave going for the craziest of angle. I love the confidence.
So this is what I'm talking about there. Speed has been good with his control, so he can able to take more time to burn those valuable seconds off the clock. Again, clock management is a little bit different in Rocket League. When you see great teams do that, it really helps out for them. That last exchange was about 10 seconds, and that's been critical because Northwood is down 2 goals, or 3.
And something you might not have been able to see, Knight bothering speed, or bothering with speed in the goal. Creams was really just trying to get away. It's why he's all the way in the back of the goal and why he can barely even reach that line before it just soars right over his head. Northwood, you have committed 9 saves and yet still 3 have gone through. This is a Maryville team that you're dealing with. It's like a tornado ripping through the back line.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think Maryville took the idea of Northwood being able to sink back in their third to knock off pressure. We also saw they're a bit slow for that transition to offense. So they figured, why not be that way, be annoying, even though they put one back here by Zanil, why not be that way and put some goals on the board to force them to be more in a defensive position?
And this one is something we have not seen from Northwood in a bit of subtlety on that offensive build. Zanil doesn't crash on that ball. He waits for the inevitable touch. It comes on in, taps it to the middle, and then there you go. Open pass, 1-2-1. And Northwood at least has something to hold on to, but when Maryville's playing, I don't think they're in a charitable mood to give up 2 more.
Yeah, I mean, I do think giving up 2 goals in a minute is definitely possible. I've been on the blunt end of that one plenty of times there in ranked play there, Taco. But I got to say, we talked about keeping things slowing down. I think now's the time to start on the pace for Maryville.
Relating Wave will be beaten over the top. Knight should have this covered, and indeed he does. Creams going to be sitting back, but he needs to go forward. I love that from Relating Wave. He's not sure if he's going to be able to get the ball, but he can certainly slap that player back.
Yeah, he sure can. Being able to be a little bit violent is always a good idea, especially when no one sees it coming, and that can be the X factor in this game.
It certainly has been an X factor among many for Maryville. The pressure, the creativity, and most importantly, the swagger to take another one in style, tearing apart Northwood's defense, and they are 1 game closer to making history.
Well, this is going to go down for being one of the greatest grand finals in the open format because no one saw this one coming. I think at one point, if you picked a team, you would have been made to be a fool at some point. What we saw here is very clean rotations, being able to be aggressive when needed, and those goals came in bunches. Maryville with the dub.
And you can see actually everybody just in the test lobby here, or rather the game lobby. You can't see in the stats here. All I'm seeing is the only player not readied up is Hockey. Potentially evidence of just waiting it out. No need to press ready, but also probably just talking it through. It's one thing to lose as Northwood, but very rarely will you see those games where it just gets away from them. That's 14 shots, no overtime for Maryville. That is one-upping nearly by double digits Northwood's side, and that's something where I feel like when Maryville taps into something, I feel like you really need to do a lot more to knock them off, as Northwood even experimented a bit differently. That was a different playstyle from last game, yet they still felt utterly bamboozled at times by what they were witnessing.
That's exactly what happened. It was an idea of a team that wanted to get some high ground, to use a strategy was a bit unique for them. They found, this case Maryville, found the countermeasure, and now if you're Northwood, you go, okay, do we double down on this one? Do we bring something else? Do we go a little bit faster? What exactly do we have to do to put ourselves on the board?
And being able to find that answer to that question is really rhetorical, because ultimately you don't know what it's going to take. That's why Rocket League is so crazy. This is not turn-based combat. This is very much in the moment. You gotta pull out something spectacular. How about a lead block to rip on target? Unfortunately, Knight did not get the memo, just a little bit wide. Maybe a comeback from Relating Wave, but he'll play the slow play with a lead demo from Speed.
Oh man, 10 seconds elapsed or 15. There's already 2 demos already. You know what? Forget the pleasantries. Now the gloves are off there, Taco.
And no love lost between these 2 teams. Knight's looking for revenge with his new squad. Relating Wave might just help him achieve it. A lead, and now a death timer started for Northwood's bracket reset chances.
I love the fact that Knight passed it himself to say, I'm going to draw out the one defender, leave it wide open. Maybe it was a pass of good faith, but then you had the receipt there, 1-0.
And that's just unrelenting pressure to the point where I don't think Northwood has escaped their half yet, kickoff included. That's the first time they've done so, and maybe it gets even more on it. Hockey was waiting for a leading wave to bite on that one, maybe looking for a 50 or potentially something more, but either way, Northwood, they need to get out of their own way if nothing else, just kind of staring at each other.
Yeah, breakdancing on your own third is not the way to do it, but a little bit of a moment of a mental breakdown there for Northwood, trying to find their own answer for this one, but that's not how it's done, knocking into your own teammates.
Knight spiking that one down, going for a demo on Hockey. He will get it, but the clear comes in, which is meaning Speed probably has a solo play, but he also has a teammate in the middle. He'll fake past one. He'll try to 50 on another one. Relating Wave left alone. Zanil has the boost advantage. Quick flick, but yet still able to get in the way. You can see Northwood wanting to slow down and be a bit more deliberate, but I don't even know what's the right decision anymore. Maybe just needs to get back these passes, but so hard when even Knight's reading those.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you go up to the side walls or even the air, Maryville has shown they're just a lot more crisper with their decision-making and effective challenges. So you got to go to the ground, which I know is kind of the opposite. Seems kind of counterintuitive, but you don't want to go where your opponent is stronger than you, right?
Well, certainly it looks like Maryville is stronger. Obviously, all the cars have the exact same statistics in this game, but it feels like Maryville's is built of adamantium. They are just demoing everybody in their path, and seems like Northwood can do little to do it, mostly because all these demos coming from the side, from the blind spots, kind of like that pass from Hockey, almost skirting that over to Zanil, but rarely Northwood beaten to that read, which means Cream's gonna have to go to work here. Off the ceiling, Relating Wave takes a 50. That should be wide open, and of course, that's gonna result in the goal.
It was wide open, but it was not enough power. I thought it was going to be knocked away at the last possible second, but you know what? It was well earned. And this is what it is. Zanil using the backside of the car to go wide with it. Someone would have to stretch if they were there. Doesn't matter. It's now a tie game.
Yeah, that's a rough one, but also it comes from the perseverance of, this time, Creams having limited boost, but gets bumped forward. And then Hockey says, hey, I want in on that action. That's a giveaway. Zanil not going to do well with that slot. Needs a lot more height, or at least more power next time.
You know, like going to full stretch is definitely something to be desired, but a lot of times you do commit to something, you have to go full tilt. You want to give yourself a half measure. Oh man, that was crossed the bow. That was going to go in just a slight second. Yeah, you got to go be able to go full in sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Really, there is no room in this type of game, particularly in a grand finals, to be able to say, I think I have that, or I might go for that. You have to just make a decision whether go or not, because otherwise in that indecision you will be torched, like this one from Relating Wave. He wasn't sure. That's why Knight fully committed to the save. Luckily for Maryville, that means they will retain this 1-to-1 game status, and maybe not for long if they're not careful. A lot of boosts being used up. Luckily Relating Wave gives them a little bit of time.
Yeah, it's only a little bit of time, but the one thing you don't want to do if you're Northwood is pretty much bank on a low-scoring game. It may be the case, but you know Maryville has a way of breaking your defenses. You got to put things on bunches now. I understand it's easier said than done, but I'm telling you, the longer you wait, the more is an advantage for that Maryville side.
Relating Wave has already done some magic in a previous series from this corner, but this time not going to work. How about something more basic? Speed with a fake around. Doesn't necessarily trip up the defense, but they didn't go for it. They had to turn away and hope for Hockey to be able to do something with zero boost. That 50 from Speed is going to result in another boost steal. Knight on his horse, nobody up. There's absolutely no one near him, and yet the flip reset gets away with him. Rare mechanical mistake.
Yeah, sometimes you got the ball, you got to shoot. I understand the double clutch, I understand the reset, but sometimes just say, I got it, I touched it, take it away from me.
Hockey certainly might want that. No more boost, so he's going to play the near post game yet again. Not going to get that boost steal in the corner, so Creams again going to have to go back to work. Deflection middle, double commit, and yet the correct clear does come in down the sideline for yet another boost steal, and for Speed to maybe thread the needle just wide of the back post.
That's the kind of bravery, the brazen attitude you need when you are playing in CRL. That right there could have been a game-breaking goal. Didn't work out for them, but Speed knows he has the hot hand.
Relating Wave, he's got absolutely nothing in his hands because he is boostless. That's why he needs someone else to take that ball off of him. Knight loses the 50 technically, as that one goes straight into the ceiling. Knight trying to make up for it. Wave with a 50 close angle. 20 seconds remaining. Northwood, do you have one more chance to be able to steal this game in the end, or can Maryville survive to an overtime? Long clear will provide some evidence for the latter.
Oh man, last 10 seconds ago, if you want to be a hero now, Maryville, this is how you do it. Imagine knocking off Northwood in regulation. Who's going to step up?
Not only that, but this is going to end this entire bracket. If Knight can just have one more moment, long clear probably means we're done with the heroics. Speed's gonna extend that one, and we will indeed hit that green seaweed turf of Aquadome to see whether or not we have another game in this bracket reset grand final.
They remember having a Starbase arc. Not the point. Anyway, in this definitely an overtime situation, Maryville knows they want to put Northwood back into this one, so they're going to be acting a little bit more frantic to make sure they have the goal across the net, and maybe a bit too frantic because that one was open.
Well, Sunil somehow misses both of those, cannot get that one to go, and that is going to haunt the dreams of a player if they end up losing this grand final, as that was wide open. I think he just didn't have the boost to get around it. Either way, that's the pass. You got to focus on the present, like Speed dive bombing from the ceiling. Knight now has to get on his horse, get this first save. Hockey into Zanil, trying to make up for it off the frame.
No, you don't get opportunities like that. You split the defense. No one was there. You hit the woodwork. Talk about terrorizing dreams. That's one right there, Taco.
Hockey, heavy hit, relating wave as to go backwards for it. Knight actually turns towards the play, which means nobody in goal, at least nobody with boost. Knight able to ricochet one around. Relating wave up in support, no boost, but he doesn't need to provide anything except for hesitation on Cream's part, which does somewhat, but now it's down the sideline yet again for Northwood, trying to slowly build through 50s and just the air dribbles through the sky.
Seeing everyone on that pitch trying to fake out everybody else. It's kind of like the great art to watch. Who's going to be one to be fooled? Right now, no one is. That's why we're going back and forth.
You can see Nightbite really heavy in the middle, just making sure Hockey doesn't have that pass. That's exactly what Northwood is trying to bank on. They're trying to make sure they read each other, but both teams are just trying so hard not to make the crucial mistake. Hockey gonna hit that one lightly, but no boost from Knight means Speed has that one to relating wave. He's got it past one. He's gonna be playing off Cream's touch, boost steal, but that unfortunately allows a pocket for another Northwood clear.
We're getting right to the back of the thick of it. Much like how this day started, it's how it's ending. These offensive attacks are going to the corners and they're dying off. And that's what happens when things go knock the other way. And so I got to say, the one that decides to shoot from Broad Street, from that middle lane, is going to be the difference maker here.
Relating wave trying to throw that one on target. Speed's too far away. That pass too far forward. Knight. Double tap, everybody from Maryville back. They know that they didn't really have too big of a chance on that one. Good calm as that almost went by off a mistake. Speed making up for it by dusting that first player. Knight with a lot of boost. Air dribble, taking that one down. Doesn't want to take on Zanil directly, but a bounce down means Speed. High lob, Creams is getting interfered with. I don't think he has that double. It's wave, near post, just wide again. Knight interfered with by Creams, and maybe something Hockey can do.
Oh man, Knight's out of a position and relating wave with the clear of the ages. Wow!
Can't really ask for much better than that on the recovery. Again, you want to be able to walk that line, provide pressure without giving up something else on the counter. Northwood, you know, they're just licking their lips every single time they see those Maryville risky plays, but the difference is between the last series and now is Maryville seemingly prioritizing their positioning over everything. Knight with another dunk to be able to slow down Northwood, get them to recalibrate their approach.
I get it, because Maryville has been so frustrating if you're Northwood, because their defense almost seems like going to bend to the point they break, and then they don't break and go, what do I have to do to split this defense? And this is what the frustration we're seeing here in this overtime period. 3.5 to go here, 3.5 played in overtime.
Speed just wide open shot again, but of course you got to play for placement, and sometimes that will get to even the most incredible of goal line poachers. Knight, open shot, top corner. Hockey somehow pulls a miracle out. Same with Creams, that is a deflection, but relating wave should have the angle. Everybody playing off each other's touch, just lingering in the midfield. Is this ball waiting for something a bit more decisive to come through, but it's not gonna come through yet. 4 minutes into OT, still deciding whether or not we keep this series going.
Not sure why there was 4 tactical whiffs. Looked like Cirque du Soleil for a bit, but the point I'm saying is you're right. I think everyone's feeling the pressure now. Forget one side over the other. To be able to be a hero right now in the Aquadome would mean the world. This needs to end this round because it just seems to be a hit parade back and forth.
Green's dispossessed by Speed, throwing into open space behind Zanil, but in front of Hockey. The latter will be able to get that first touch, and now, with Creams up, Speed is needed. Now that Relating Wave has been bumped near post on the double tap, Knight was making sure there's no chance that is an awkward situation for his teammates. It's even better when Relating Wave is following through with great reads like that.
Well, These great reads have really kept them in this one. Again, almost a full regulation game in overtime if there ever was one. Speed is trying to find an answer, but Relating Wave is something I think is pushed up in this overtime period. Maybe not to the detriment of Maryville, but I like the fact of trying new things here.
Yeah, we're uncertain of whether or not we're going to get another game in this series, but at the very least, you have one. This is some bonus Rocket League as this overtime is stretched past 5, and that might be as far as it goes if not for Zanil. Well done to be able to step in front of that Relating Wave effort as Hockey is testing Wave again, but on defense. Knight being able to tap this one forward. Zanil a double again. And every time I feel like, is this the moment where they're missing that read? It's asking a lot of these players. They live up to their reputation.
Yeah, a lot of times Zanil, I don't think has the idea when they lift off, but to be able to put their car in the situation to get a hand up there is great. That's what leadership is all about, saying, I'm not sure what the plan is, but I'm going to do whatever it can to make sure my opponent doesn't score.
Look at Zanil interfering with that near post. Creams double tap, trying to get a pass. That's wide open for Zanil. Can he get a redemption again? Shooting it right down the middle. Gonna be an easy save for Maryville, but maybe the follow-up won't be. Waiting for a flip from Hockey, it never comes, and his bluff was called.
Yeah, sitting there waiting for the shot was pretty much a perfect idea. I was kind of nervous about that, but again, not being able to capitalize on a great clear like that may rue the day for Maryville as they actually went in there.
How do you orchestrate that one? A pinch clear, and now Zanil lobbing that one potentially into nobody but Speed. 50, not going to favor him, so Northwood pops that one again down the field, trying to keep this high, awkward, uncomfortable for Maryville. And yet they see through all the smoke and mirrors. Speed just waits for his clear to be able to buy time for everybody to restructure from Maryville. I have no idea when this is going to end. Hopefully people don't have plans later on this evening. We could be here for a while.
Yeah, imagine that 2-hour overtime. Why not, you know? But yeah, it's awkward for everybody because everyone's doing everything that we haven't been used to. The playbooks are out. It has basically been a dogpile dogfight to feel out what will be the next goal going to score.
Long pinch, that's over. Knight should have this one despite no boost. Relating Wave and Speed combining in, and is this the counterattack? I thought it might be. Knight was waiting for potentially a touch that he could get into his path. Every single time we see that forward, I think we're not going to be seeing too many more attacks with this one player fully back unless it's wide open on the offensive chance. Seems like everybody just trying to make sure the back line is secure before anything else.
Yeah, you got to understand that you don't want to be the one to cause that goal to be conceded, especially in a deep overtime period. Talking about psychological damage, talking about losing the tournament in the case of Northwood. So you're seeing everyone pretty much go as wide and stretch out as they can, having someone that back third to make sure things are being cleared away.
Dreams doesn't have it. Hockey doesn't either. Relating Wave, he's out for blood. And that's going to be Knight with an angle. An avenue cleared by his teammate, Maryville. Despite the adversity, despite getting slapped around in our first section of the grand final, they're going to take it all. A performance for the ages, opening up fall 2024.
Yeah, that was definitely a goal that came from fatigue. Northwood just pretty much was running on fumes, and you had Maryville with the slot in, takes my shoot it down the middle idea out the window. Doesn't matter if it goes past the net. GG's everyone.
Phenomenal effort by Maryville, but I have to say, it took some doing. And that's saying even before we went, 7+ minutes into overtime, it felt like. That was insanity to notice how much effort that took. I have to feel for Northwood. Zanil had a couple chances, and this is where I think we talked before. It was prescient of Seb to bring up. Pressure will get to any player, but it seemed like Maryville was more than immune.
Yeah, absolutely. After the bracket reset, I said, well, is Maryville, are they already thinking about next week? But they found a way to take that out of the chin, lock in, and come in with a dominant performance over a multitude of games, starting with the overtime period. That's the kind of resolve where good teams can use in the later half of a season.
And that's something that is also going to boost Maryville, especially because Knight, nobody took that harder. MVP performance from him throughout the summer leagues that we did see, and then losing in a sweep in the grand finals to Northwood. I mean, that's something that maybe you go into that tournament and it's going to be a tough, but to be able to lose again, but still be able to say, it's fine, we got this, let's just talk it over in the break, and pull out a performance like that, not needing to go to 7 against an opponent like this, that is world-class performance from everyone on Maryville, as well as the mental performance as well. So shout out to Calix, the coach, for getting those boys' heads on right.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, look, bracket reset, that's kind of a side thing. Work on that on the VOD review on Monday. But this definitely, the bracket reset series was fantastic. Let's ask the Des what they thought, because I thought for sure it would have been Northwood on that bracket reset revenge tour, but it wasn't the case.
I mean, yes, at the same time, you can't blame them for just hanging on to the very end. They made Maryville work to the nth degree to take a single game, a 7.5-minute overtime, just to put North away, for a single open to be able to put them away. But you still have 3 more to take along with Nationals. I think this is a absolute banger of a rivalry in the making, Jigsaw.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, it all started literally from the summer that we've been talking about, and then they dare to meet again, and then now we have the bracket reset that we talked about, and it goes to it, and the series goes to it. It was a fantastic series. Multiple series today, and it's just been a masterclass of Rocket League between every single player on the field. Everyone had a moment today, and also at times teams struggled. They had to adapt, they had to change. I mean, it was just the perfect picture of Rocket League at times, and the feelings that players can express and how we can feel on the back end of things. So I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better start to our very first open of the season.
Well, Taco, listen, if there was any indication that the Europeans have arrived in Collegiate Rocket League, this is the match to look to.
Man, North America can't have anything, can
No,
they? They're really just
can't
trying
even have
to
college ball anymore.
We're trying to have RLCS, last Worlds, the EU team wins. The EU team comes over here. They don't even make it in. We're thinking, oh, we're free. And no, still 2 Europeans. But hey, we're going to claim them. Speed, Relating Wave, you're now functionally going to be North Americans. And you know what? I'll take them. I'll take whatever we can get. But we still have Knight playing phenomenally. Fits so well into this rotation. I had a lot of doubts about this roster at times because they were underperforming, it seemed like, in some tournaments, taking sweeps against some, or rather being beaten in sweeps in former tournaments, changing up the roster in current lands in the preseason before fall. Also taking losses against teams I feel like they should beat, but now feels like everything's dialed in. This is what Maryville, we were all terrified when that first post on socials went out announcing this roster, and I think living up to potential is a great way to be able to start your season. Northwood might disagree on that.
I mean, the bar was always, can they beat Northwood, right? We were even talking about it, of course, through several shows, is that Northwood is the bar. Even if Maryville comes in with a banger roster, it will not mean anything until they can succeed past that Northwood bar, and they have done it in a bracket reset, 7.5-minute overtime, an incredible series. Frankly, even though it was a 4-1, it was still a banger series to watch, and one that we will remember for the course of this season. But in the meantime, let's see how the bracket turned out, because now we are pretty much done. And with the bracket as it is, I mean, there is so much to talk about in terms of particular matchups, particular runs, particular ups that's occurred. I mean, again, we point to the Fisher run. They are firmly in the mix as well, now being able to contest Northwood, but being able to take down essentially everyone in front of them. Of the top seeds that we had within Summer Series, they were able to take down West Virginia, Akron, and of course the new Europeans as well in Concord plus Helix. And honestly, that is a run that I am looking forward to for the next Open, but all eyes right now in Devonta are on Maryville.
Yeah, absolutely. Imagine that. You know, it's early enough in the season, but you got the points, and you do it in such a way that smacks around one of the old guards of CRL. Why not put the whole league on notice?
Well, I think if there's anything that I am personally worried of, as let's take a look at our standings now, because now we are officially finished with the points. I am scared that Maryville has accidentally unearthed a monster in Northwood Blue, a motivated Northwood that will look to decimate the entirety of Collegiate Rocket League now that there is a firm challenger to their throne. This is the point distribution that we have. Maryville collecting the full 16 points as they have won the first CRL Fall Open, and Northwood collecting 12, Fisher collecting 9, Concord collecting 6, and it goes on from there. Anyone who didn't make top 8 will still receive a point, so it's why you guys need to sign up so you can at least make a reach for that single point and keep yourself in contention, Taco. And when I look at this, all of the points, they all matter. This is a cumulative aspect of how this format works.
Yeah, I mentioned it in the intro, and that's exactly why. When you look at these, yes, you're going to see familiar names, but all those teams getting 1 point oftentimes are the teams that just creep above everybody else when you try to get in that top 8 in the past. There are going to be teams that will lose. If you think about it, Fisher came in 3rd here, 9 points. That team was 1 goal away from not even getting into the top 8 and finishing out with just a measly bit of points in the 1 score catalog. There's going to be so many battles that are being fought in those qualifiers, in the lower semis, in those qual matches, and I think that's why these teams need to understand that, yeah, maybe they're not going to be the favorites to win. They might not be able to get into the top 8 all the time, but getting in at all, being able to get into those deep runs are going to make all the difference, particularly after this, our first event of many.
And Chixa, out of all of these teams, who do we see kind of getting that regain arc for the next Open? Because I think with how bracket went, there are certainly some matches that could have gone very differently. Who do you see as maybe being the, most underrated that we might see in our next Open?
Ooh, underrated's a hard one. I'm hoping for a little bit more run from Akron in particular.
Yes,
we've seen them in the past. Same thing with Ball State. Both are 7 and 8. I think they have that kind of Fisher Navy potential and going a little bit farther in their runs in particular. So my eyes are on Akron and Ball State if they can make it better than a 7th, 8th finish.
Well, this is how the point distribution has gone so far, but everyone remember that it all started with just the regular collegiate team. This is an open bracket, which means you can sign up at any time to compete for this season, where you can get experience against some of the best players that we have in Rocket League. Of course, we have the link as well that you can see on your screen, start.gg/CRLFall24. The deadline ends tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. So sign up, please. And all to the regular CRL teams like Akron and all that, sign up. You better sign up because we need you guys here next week, because this was a banger bracket that we want to be able to replicate. And if we don't do that, I mean, listen, we got to get the peak amount. And at the end of the day, if you're not competing in all 4 of them, you are putting your chances at the national championship and thousands of dollars in scholarship money at jeopardy. You want to be able to sign up for that and be able to put yourself up against the best. But for the time being, that is our bracket. That is our show. It has been a long ride to this point. We've had so many off-season tournaments. We've had summer series and so many different competitions to be able to showcase the best that we have in Collegiate, all to get back to here in Collegiate Rocket League, the CRL. We are so incredibly happy to have it back. I'd like to give a special thank you to the production team for throwing an incredible show for us this evening. Thank you so much to our talent, of course, in Navanta, the Danger Taco, Chixa. Thank you all for showing your continued passion for collegiate play as it continues to get stronger and stronger every single year. We will be back next week for the CRL Open number 2, where things start to heat up as we get closer and closer to the national championship. My name's been Seb. I love you. Have a good night.
I used to make sense of who I was, and when the opens, I dance with demons until the sun comes on. On the outside, I seem like it's all my way of having fun, thinking this is just a part of me you love. It's not my night, but in your backseat I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic, and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. Judgment is next to nothing. It made me realize, instead of finding something, I'm pushing buttons. always got every reason why. Thinking how you want me in your life. Yeah, it's not my night. Up in your backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic, and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. And what you did to me made me double take it right on my teeth. Had me burning in the third degree. Made me rip off the heart on my sleeve. I don't know if I can stand another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the way my mind, I can plead my sanity. You're my enemy. You're my enemy. Wait, my mind, I can plead my sanity. You're my enemy. I feel like my life is passing me by. 40 years and 7 months of true crime. 180s off the top of the house in real time. Follow me into water where we will find love. Made me double take it right on my teeth. Had me burning in the third degree. Made me rip off the heart on my sleeve. I don't know if I can stand another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the way my mind, I can plead my sanity. You're my enemy. You're my enemy. Wait, my mind, I can plead my sanity. You're my enemy. And you were gone. I said I'm getting out. Town I'm gone. I'm always on the run. It didn't go to plan. If it's the wrong move. Another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the way my mind, I can plead my sanity. You're my enemy.
Octopus song. Now this is epic.
Put the car and drive, another lonely night, don't know what to do. Finally see what it's like going out every night when it's not with you. I see you whipping down a 4-5. It was December, it was you and I can't remember how to feel alive without you. I wonder what I would say if you stayed, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day. But you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted. Knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We could both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. You with him, but you keep blowing up my line like I'm with you again. It's just like 1996 and you doing that thing you do. You keep on lying to yourself about everything we've been through. It'd be cool if you let off photos and emptied your baggage like you cleaning out your Birkin. You at the club and telling everyone you're working, but I know you mad and honestly you probably heard I wonder what I would say if you stay, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day. But you hated me for everything.